and Grand Bahama also. Yep.
During the press conference, I asked the question, how are points scored and how do you accumulate your points so at the end of the day we decide a champion?
Okay, so it's easier to count when you count one for first. So it's called a low point scoring system, and it's effectively whatever place you are is that's the points you get. If you don't finish a race, you get as many points as there are sailors in the event. So not finishing is a bad thing.
So high point is not the best.
High point is not the best.
Okay. And what goes talk? And I was over by the yacht club earlier this morning. Saw some of the youngsters rigging. If you don't know what rigging is, that is getting their boats ready, putting up their sails. How much preparation goes into getting these not so big sloops ready for sailing on the water?
So the opties are pretty basic. The sails are always rigged already. Makes life a lot easier, and we store them standing up. So basically the kids got to drop the mast with the sail on it in the boat, tie it in, affix their main sheet and their vang, put on their blades. So these are the lines. The main sheet and vang are lines that control the main or the sail, and the blades are the things that help you steering and keep the boat upright. So, really, if your boat is all rigged, and if your boat is in good condition and you made sure it was all good yesterday, rigging it will take them 10 minutes. But, some people like to fiddle a little bit, and
I saw a lot
it helps
of
relax.
A lot of talking was going on over there.
They're having fun.
Okay, and as we can see some on the monitor right now, we can see the red flag is up. What does that mean?
Okay, so the red flag is the line flag. So we did have a prep flag up earlier, but I think they have postponed the start. There was something wrong. I can't tell if there's another flag up from this direction. They don't appear to be moving any marks. So maybe, I see another flag, yes. I think that's a blue and white flag, so we're back in the preparatory phase of another start. So sometimes they will postpone a race or stop the starting sequence if they think that maybe the line is not fair. And when the line is not fair, quite often the good sailors let you know because they're stacked up at one end of the line. And so a good race committee will check if the wind is shifting. Sometimes you want to adjust your start line, or if they think there's going to be too many over, they might postpone a race and start again.
And there are no engines at all on these boats, so they are really using tactics, strategy, and using the wind direction.
The wind is the engine. Well, the wind and the sail. So the sail harnesses the wind and creates the power. The rudder turns the boat.
And how many boats are in this class right now, if you can tell me?
I think we have 31.
31. Boys and girls compete.
Boys and girls
compete together, but some may say this is the Opti class, right?
Optimist, yeah.
Optimist class. This is the Optimist class. Some may say that is not fair, boys and girls competing together.
Well, so sailboat is a little bit about weight, and it's about intelligence. And if you're the right weight, you can sail boys and girls. I sail against the guys all the time. There are times when they're better than me. Conditions, they have strong, guys have stronger upper body strength. When you get kids at this age, there's not a lot of difference when you're dealing with the size of the kids. It's when, you start hitting puberty that the guys start getting the big upper body, and I have a harder time with the guys in the heavier air than I do in the lighter air.
And Optimist, give us some of the dimensions of these boats.
So an Optimist, you can actually build an Optimist out of a 8-foot piece of plywood.
Wow.
So it's 6 feet long, I think, and about 10 feet high.
With one sail.
One sail. They look like bathtubs. They're little bathtubs, but this is the biggest sailboat class in the world. In the last Olympics, almost every sailor in the last Olympics started in the Optimist class.
And that is the dream of most of these youngsters, to get to travel and get to Olympics. And we were speaking with some of them, and their biggest joy is going away to these international meets and meeting new friends and friendship that lasts a long time.
Yeah. It's a great community. It's like a cross between a homecoming and a family reunion, except everybody's doing something that you love to do. and all over the world. You know, I have friends all over the world from sailing, and I've known them for longer than all these kids been alive. Um, it's a great community.
So can you tell us what's happening right now, if you can see it on the screen?
Yeah, it looks like they've started.
Just started. Okay.
Yeah, they have started, and we're a little too far away for me to tell you who's leading.
So what is
but
what is going on right now in this first speed?
actually,
What does a sailor try to do here off the start?
okay, so it looks like one sailor went back because they were over early. So unlike, say, swim meets or track meets, just because you're over early or you start before the gun, you can actually go back and exonerate yourself. So you have to go back behind the start line, and then you can start again. So, and also in a sailboat race, you have about, depending on the whatever the race committee decides before the event starts, you have a particular amount of time after the start to actually get across the start line. So, for example, if you have a problem with your boat that you need to fix, you might be able to fix it and still start the race 4 minutes late. So when you're starting a race, you're jockeying to be in the front, but not over the line, so you get a clear lane, because you want clean air. Clean air is air that's not disturbed by any other boats. So when you get into a big fleet, you have lanes, and if there's a sailboat above you, you get bad air. So it's not like, say, take a look at cycling. When you do with the people the people cycling in the Tour de France, they stay in the pack. So you cycle behind somebody else and you get a draft from them. Well, in sailboat racing, if you're behind somebody else, you get bad air, and you don't go as fast. So if you see boats that are, sometimes you have match racing. In match racing, there's two boats on the course at one time, that's it. And one boat is trying to control the other boat using the rules and trying to give them bad air.
And are we already seeing a lot of separation? Some boats going this
Yep.
way, some boats going that way.
Yeah. So one, you're trying to get a lane, so free air, so nobody around you. Two, people have different ideas about what they think is the right way to go. The wind is never constant. The wind has
Goes up.
velocity variations and directional variations. Today, with this direction, we're pretty okay. There might be some shifts on the left side of the course from the buildings on Paradise Island. It's amazing what those buildings can do to change the direction of the wind.
You don't want to get catch in a stall or what you call it, a puff.
A puff is a good thing if you harness it right. So, if it's too much for you, you might spin out, lose control of the boat, maybe go for an unscheduled swim, as in tipping the boat. But generally speaking, if you harness it right, it's a good thing. You don't want to be in the lull.
And as organizers, there's a lot of safety. The persons might be warning, a lot of youngsters out there on the boat. What if one tips over, one falls over? How quick can we get them back to shore? They know how to swim, all that stuff.
So all our sailors have to know how to swim. There's a basic swim test they have to pass, but it's also mandatory that they're wearing a life jacket at all times while on the water. It's a safety thing, so this is a good thing. If they flip, they know how to bring their boats back up. Some kids are faster than others. The opties are a problem because they don't self-bail. So if you flip, there's a real big penalty there. You spend about 5 minutes bailing the boat out.
And how long does a race normally take? I know it probably depends on the wind and the direction you're going.
No, actually, it depends on what the parameters are set in the race instructions. The race committee has a target time limit that they want to meet.
Oh, so there's no finish line.
Oh, there's a finish line, yeah. But basically, today we're targeting the international class races at about 20 minutes.
Okay, so each fleet will be out there for just 20 minutes?
Yeah, 20 minutes.
So how much can you do in 20 minutes?
Plenty. You see the race course? They can get from there to there and back twice. probably in 20 minutes. We'll see. The race committee is making a gauge on the first race, and they may shorten it or lengthen it depending on what the wind requires. And of course, the courses for the green fleet, which are the beginners, it'll be a much smaller course.
So can you give us an idea of who's out front now, who's leading? You need your binoculars for that.
I need the binoculars for that. So
And they don't go out as far as the A, B, and C class. They're right in shore.
well, so when we sail big events, it's really too far for me to tell. When we sail really big events, we have bigger race courses, and we have them all over the bay. For this regatta, we're trying to put them in closer so people on the shore have a better view, and we have a little bit more of a entertainment factor. So I'm going to take a look. There's a couple of sailors going up on the left, and I might be able to tell who they are. So I think one is Mary Jack Nash.
So
I have to check. Yep, one is Mary Jack Nash, and the other one may be Michael Knowles.
okay.
These are the two furthest ones on the left.
Yeah.
That doesn't necessarily mean they're in the lead, but I think they're doing pretty good. And the boat that's third from the left is probably ahead. 150. I have to pull my cheat sheet out to figure this one out.
Just want to let the folks in.
Okay, 150 is actually, I think, 150 is Callum Pritchard.
Slow.
Yep. So, so we've got Mary Jack Nash, Callum Pritchard, and probably Michael Knowles, who are the top three.
So we do have a young female out there competing with the boys, making her mark. Beautiful sight here at the Montague foreshore, and you can see some of the talking and the maneuvering these youngsters are doing.
A little too shaky on the camera there for me to tell on the left one. Yep. So are we watching the drone now?
Yes.
Look at that beautiful water, eh?
Yes.
Can't beat that anywhere.
Basically see the bottom of the sea from here.
Plenty of places we go to sail, you stick your foot in the water, and once you get to your knee, you can't see your foot.
And this is one of the best harbors in the world. When they had the international sailors come here a few years ago, they talk about this. They brag about this harbor being one of the best they've sailed all over the world.
Yep. It has, it's got really good conditions. The chop is challenging, but we get good winds, and it's warm water, and yeah, it's a lot of fun to sail here. And the water here is a little saltier, so that means the boats sit up in the water a little higher, which means they go faster, sooner than in other places. So, if you know anything about a motorboat, it bogs down and then it gets up on a plane. So it's almost like it's flying. Same thing happens in a sailboat, not necessarily going upwind, but on the reaches or downwind, you can make the boats pop up and start going really fast.
So some of these sailors, they're on the Opti now. They'll be sitting on the laser as well? Or?
No. So in the international, a lot of the kids in the international classes will be sailing in the E class as well. But these boats are pretty much by size and age. So in the Optimist, you cannot sail this after 15. But you also pretty much don't want to sail it if you're more than 125 pounds.
Okay.
You're just not going to win. So sailing is kind of like wrestling and boxing. There are size and weight boats, and there are boats that we're never going to put an 80-pound kid on a laser.
No. What is the average weight and age for a laser?
So the laser is basically, most of the kids who are sailing lasers are at least 11. But you got to be pretty big. So the laser, we start them at about 110 pounds in the smallest of the boats. So there are three different types of laser. Same hull, just a smaller mast and a smaller sail. None of our kids are sailing the full rig. They're a little too small. The full rig is the male equipment in the Olympics. But males sail all the rigs, and girls can theoretically sail all the rigs, but I'm not sure I know any girls that sail the laser full.
And we're now seeing the wind start to pick up.
Yeah.
Will this have an effect on the skippers out there today?
Um,
Especially they started off with one set of wind, now the wind has picked up a bit.
Yeah, and there you have coming around the mark. That's Finley McKinney. So he's another one of our international sailors, and he's got a substantial lead on the rest of the fleet. And he's the one that went to the best of the best in international youth opti sailors, the top 50 in the world.
Wow, what an accomplishment, top 50 in the world at this young age. And here sailing in the junior sailing, regardless of behemoths, you see what you have to do. You have to come on down and support these youngsters. They are some of the best in the world. And when they go all over the world, the best fans come out to see. And I tell nobody else has the better fans than behemoths. So come on down. We're here until Saturday. We're sailing all day today here at Monaco. I'm Charles Fisher, joined by Laurie Lowe and Laurie. Now we're starting to get some better shots. 150 again, that getting out there back to the overhead shot.
Right.
We're seeing them now like just in a line. We saw them all bundled up a few minutes ago. Now they're out there in a line.
Yeah, so they're in the line to get to the offset mark, and you probably saw one of the boats there doing a circle, something that none of the other boats were doing. I take it that he must have hit the mark, and he was exonerating himself from hitting the mark. So you're not allowed to hit the mark. And again, in international racing, sailboat racing, the kids self-police quite often. And if you hit a mark, you're not supposed to hit the mark. So if you do hit the mark, the way you exonerate yourself is by doing a 360-degree turn.
So in this race, we're seeing all of them going around the buoy at the same time.
Yeah.
It's the giveaway rule.
There is a giveaway rule there, but and they all appear to be complying with it. But I think one of the kids just didn't make adjustments for the current, or perhaps he stuck his nose in somewhere and had to hit the mark to avoid hitting the boat. Because if he had hit the boat, he would have had to do two 360-degree turns. Hitting the mark is only one 360-degree turn.
Neville out there with that beautiful drone shot. We have Randy Knowles out there on the seas. Sadness Group producing this broadcast here this morning of the Durward Knowles Junior Sailing Nationals. Charles Fisher along with Laurie Lowe. And Laurie, I know you wish you were out there in the water, but I'm pleased that you're here.
I'm glad to be here.
Giving behemoths an update on just how everything goes here in opti sailing. And we can see now you're starting to see the real separation, and they're making it look like they are out there. And I hope that's the young lady, because I'm pulling for the ladies today. Not, I should not, but let's give the ladies a chance.
So the young lady, the top young lady in this class is Mary Jack Nash. She's from Lifer Key, and she sails BAH 77. And yeah, she's the top gal. We have sailors in this event from Long Island, Grand Bahama.
Abaco?
No sailors from Abaco could make it. I think they had some issues with school. So we have kids from Eleuthera, Harbor Island, Exuma, Long Island, and New Providence.
This is the junior version of the best, and we're seeing the best now starting to separate themselves on the water. Perfect sailing conditions. The winds have picked up a bit here at Monaco, but that is not stopping the fun and excitement on the water. There they go. And that is a real big lead.
Yeah, that's a good lead.
That is a very big lead. Let's see if we can get...
So this conditions is favoring him. He's still one of the lighter ones, but it's flat water. And when it's flat in heavy air, it helps the lighter ones. If it was choppy, he'd be having a little harder time. But let's not disrespect the fact that he's one of the top sailors.
So who is this out front?
This is Finley McKinney. Finley McKinney Lambert from Eleuthera Sailing Academy.
Okay, but like the big boats, they don't put no lead or anything in the water, it's just in the boat?
No lead.
No lead or nothing?
No extra weight. You're only allowed your body weight and reasonable clothes. So there used to be a time where sailors would put on a jacket that wasn't a life jacket, but it was a jacket with tubes they filled with water to add weight. And they banned those because people were hurting their backs. So just the sailor's body weight they compete with.
So that is Finley McKinley out front.
Finley McKinley Lambert, yep.
He is out front from Eleuthera.
Hmm.
Folks in Eleuthera, you're on your way to winning the first serious race here in the Optimist class. He really is
Around the mark, yep.
on the mark. He's really showing his experience. He said he sailed with, invited to the top 50 in the world sailing, so he has a lot of experience over the rest.
And most of our, so you know, there's a progression through the fleets and through size and age. So he's the top one, and he's just about aging into being one of the older ones. So we lost about 6 or 8 of our top kids that were older than him out of the fleet in the last year or two. So he's the king of the Optimist class right now. Oh, look at that! Somebody decided to tack, and see they're on starboard, but they kept clear of the boat coming down. They were nice to them. So all the boats coming around the mark right now are on port because they're sitting on the left side of the boat and the sail's on the right side. And port has to always give way to starboard.
Laurie, look like this race is a wrap for Lambert.
Well, you never know.
Something drastic has to happen.
You never know. There could always be a wind shift that he doesn't catch, right? So what will happen is going to start playing tactics. The boat behind him will try and split and go a different direction. If he's smart, he will cover the majority of the boats behind him that are closest to him. So covering is when you try and stay immediately to weather of the boat that's behind you. So that if the wind shifts, it's shifting with you first.
And on each class, will they set the course different?
No, for the Sunfish Laser, it'll probably be the same. They might stretch it out a bit longer. For the Green Fleet, yes, there will be a slightly different course because we don't want those Green Fleeters to have to go dead downwind.
So they'll sail 2 races today, or how? What do you?
So there will be a total of 8 races today in 5 classes because, well, there'll be 10 races, but 2 of the classes are be on the course at the same time. So it'll make it a little more interesting for us and a little more interesting for them. So yes, we'll get, and then we get the E-class. So there will be 12 races today.
That's what I'm looking forward to.
10 races.
That E-class, sailing in this regard. They sail in that in the national family, and now they get to sail by themselves, not getting the big
no adults in the boats. Yeah.
So no adults, and so they
Watch for Exuma because I think
how you know what I was thinking just now. I just say watch for those youngsters from out of Exuma.
Well, Exuma has the boats in hand, right?
Yeah.
They have 6 boats to go play in. Our kids in Nassau really haven't had any boats that are theirs to play in. The National Sailing School has just acquired a Buzzy Roll boat, and we're in the process of getting it. We were hoping it was ready for this event, but it's not. And then the British High Commission has
that boat,
commissioned a boat,
yeah,
and they're going to leave it here for a year and then decide which club they'd like to give it to. So yeah. So and I don't know. I mean, I don't know if Long Island has been practicing in the boats they have in Long Island. I don't know about Grand Bahama. I'm sure Grand Bahama brought 2 boats, so maybe their kids have been practicing. You know, once you learn how to sail one boat, you can sail any boat. You just have to figure out the nuances of that boat. So, you know, if you learn how to drive a Daewoo Tiku, a Lincoln Continental is a really big car, but it's the same theory. You just got to remember how wide and how big the car is.
Now, we didn't hear a cannon to start the race or a cannon to end the race. The rules different?
No, there was a cannon. It was just over there. Actually, they were using a horn. And yeah, so the kids can all hear the horn next to the race course, but from where we are, the winds are in the wrong direction for us to hear that. So that's why we had the flags.
We are into the first race here this morning at Montague, the Optimist class. Lambert,
Finley McKinney Lambert, yeah.
He is your leader out front.
Yeah.
Sailing with it being out so far, it's hard to see sometimes.
It's hard to see sometimes, and you know the Bahamian sloops have the right idea. They color their boats different colors. In international classes, you don't really want to color your boat a different color because it's easier to spot you on the start if you're over early. So they try and keep them all the same color. Now the sunfish have the colorful sails. Some of these kids, we had them put decals on their boats, and I think you'll see that more in the green fleet. The championship sailors didn't want to put the decals on it because they figured it might affect the sail flow, the wind flow over their sail. These kids are serious, you know. They don't want to mess with their ability to win the race, and sometimes 2 seconds is all the difference.
And look, if we can see on the screen, he is way out front.
Yeah.
180.
So 180 is actually, let's see, who's 180? Should know that. John Hartley. So he's the son of the British High Commissioner.
Okay. He's probably out there watching a sun sail.
It probably is, yeah.
Optimist class. And we're looking at it, and the separation. Is it supposed to be this much of a separation?
Yeah, there can be. Yeah, there can be. You know, sometimes you get them really close. This is a pretty broad-based group of kids, so you know, if it had been last year, we probably would have had 4 people at the front fighting. But 3 of those kids have moved into the laser.
And these kids go just about every other day, just training, right? Yeah, it's not like the big sleuths A, B, and C class where they only can go now and again. But these guys go like every weekend, every time they get it, they go there on the water.
You know, there's probably 10,000 kids sailing these boats in the world. So when you go to an international regatta, you got to train, and that's what our kids want to do. So, you know, you got to keep training. It's amazing how much time other kids put in the boat in other countries.
130 we see passing there.
130 is from Exuma, and that's Heidi Ampelman.
Okay.
Yep. And that looks like Mary Jack Nash. Yeah, that is. I can see the 77 on the sail. Sorry, you guys aren't looking at the same thing as me.
Yeah, we're looking at the one in...
We're on the drone, yeah.
So we're back in the corner there. The young lady right there, number
77?
yes.
Yeah, that's Mary Jack Nash.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's her back up on the screen, Mary Jack Nash. She looks quite relaxed there.
Yeah, she's a good sailor.
Okay, we're talking about the division from Opti. You start off at Opti.
Well, you start off when you start off, what your size is.
Yeah.
So, you know, we have kids that are starting sailing at 13, 14, and they're just too big for the Opti. You don't want to get an Opti at 130 pounds. Or if you're like 5'8", you're just, you know, you're a little too tall to get under the boom. So we start the bigger kids in the Sunfish because it's a more forgiving boat than the Laser. The smaller kids start in the Optis because it's a great boat for...
Most persons may be thinking like you started off because you're 7 and 8, then when you reach 9, 10, you move to the Sunfish. Yes.
Well, no, it's a question of size, really. I mean, you don't want to put an 80-pound kid in a Sunfish. Why? It's not fun anymore. I mean, it's fun when it's windy and it's on a reach, but it's not fun going upwind. You can't win. You can't win. You know, that's like putting a light welterweight against a heavyweight.
Great, yes. Now I'm starting to understand the Optimist Sunfish Laser class. I thought it went on age.
Yeah.
But it is on weight.
More size, yeah, size.
The way you can maneuver the boat out there on the seas.
You have to have the right weight to control the boat. Oh, and it looks like somebody had a little swim. Or maybe not a swim, maybe their mast wasn't tied in properly. They do learn how to keep their boats under control, in shape. Because if you have a problem on the race course during a race, you cannot get somebody outside to help you. You have to fix it yourself.
Okay.
If you get somebody outside helping you, then you are out of the race. It's not like in the Tour de France where the guy's wheel breaks and the team leader's there with a new wheel. No, you can't do that. You can only do that between races.
someone would say of a slow-moving race, but if you're out there on the water, you'll really see how fast these kids are moving. The chance to watch some of the bigger boats at the regattas, and being on shore is a different feeling than being out there on the water and seeing what they are really going through.
Absolutely. Absolutely. People think that they're just sitting in the boat, right? They're not actually just sitting in the boat. They're moving every time. And there you got that's Finley McKinney Lambert
That's
in
really
111. They're always moving. When it's windy, we say to the parents, oh boy, they can sleep good tonight. Because they get off the water and they've been working the whole time. It's a really good sport for kids with ADD.
Oh, yeah?
Wow. Interesting to hear that.
They like swimming, you know. They're always working, and they're using their mind. You know, sailboat racing is called chess on the water.
Lord, how long have you been around this? I didn't ask your age.
No, that's okay. So I think I started racing when I started sailing when I was 8.
Oh, okay.
I stopped, and then I got into a boat that was a 2-man boat when I was 13, and I still sail that boat.
Okay.
And it's fun.
How much fun is it teaching these new generation of skippers?
You know, it's fantastic because it's so fun to take a kid who, you know, all kids, right? They're told what to do. They don't have any control really over much. We put them in a boat. We teach them how to sail the boat. We teach them how to make decisions. We teach them that not making a decision is making a decision. And so now they are in control. They learn how to control the boat. They learn how to control themselves. It's fantastic. I saw a video of a Dutchman whose kids were sailing, and they said that he was being interviewed, and they're like, how'd you get involved in this sport? He said, you know, I don't sail. But I took my kid to sailing one day. You know, they did all kinds of sports. I took them to sailing one day, and when they left the dock, they had this sort of look of fear and trepidation in their faces. And when they came back in, they had this look on their face that they've never gotten in any other sport, and they still get that look on their face. For me, this is what I love about sailing. This does this for me too, and I think it doesn't do it for all kids. But the ones who get the bug, there's a sport out there for everybody. Not everybody likes sailing, but I try and get the kids to stay long enough in sailing to get to a level of competency so when it's windy like this, they think that's fun.
And a lot of parents may be watching, how can I get my kid involved in sailing?
Okay, so the first thing they need to know is they need to be able to swim. Because they have a basic swim test they have to test to pass in order to sail with us. And then just, you know, approach the clubs. Unfortunately, we have more kids now interested in sailing than we have people that can teach them. That's certainly the case in Nassau. The sailing club has a program, the Lifer Key School has a program, and we have a program at the Nassau Yacht Club, which is the Bahamas National Sailing School. And we are trying to work with government with their pilot school programs. And our biggest issue is lack of instructors.
Okay.
Because, you know, when we teach kids, we prefer to have at least one instructor for every 3 kids. It's a safety game.
We can see the minister responsible for sailing, Clay Sweeting, is joining us out here. We're going to try and pull him in. Let me see if we can get him in. And he's dressed the part.
Oh, yeah, he's looking good.
Yeah,
looking good.
Looking like a youngster the other day. As we continue to watch, and they're coming around the marker.
Yeah. Oh, see, and there's a little current out there. See, they're not making the mark. If you're looking at that top right picture, or you're looking at the drone footage, you can see that those boats are having a problem with the current. Shall I move to the left? Okay. So, yeah, so they had a real problem getting around that top mark. There's a lot of current out there. Yes, sir. Nice to see you. And even that's the top two boats. Well, a couple of the top boats, they misjudged the mark. And see, the next one's doing the same thing. Now, at least they don't have another boat next to them. So I think there's a little bit of a lull in the wind there, and the kids aren't adjusting for the current. There's a lot more current out at the top mark than there is at the bottom mark because of the way the course
And
is
you were
set up.
talking about how much the buildings over Paradise Island can affect the movement.
So I think the next couple of boats have taken note of the issues that the boats ahead have had, and hopefully they won't encounter the same issues with the mark.
Well, Laurie, we have a very important guest joining us here on the broadcast. Here, the minister responsible for sailing. He must be one of the proudest persons here in the Bahamas because he got sailing to become the national sport. Minister Clay Sweeting, you addressed the party.
Yeah.
You're looking like a real island boy today.
Thank you, man. I was glad when they told me we had this today so I could come just normal.
Get out of that coat suit and,
You know
and
what I
come
mean?
out here. How do you feel to have the junior, Sir Durward Knowles Junior Sailing Regatta here in the 242?
Well, this is exciting for us because it speaks to the legacy of Sir Durward and way to pay respect to him and what he meant to sailing. But even more importantly is to have over 200 children out here today from different family islands to contribute and to take part in sailing as a national sport. So for us, we had persons from 5 different family islands, Eleuthera, Exuma, Grand Bahama, Long Island. So it's exciting for us, and then persons out of New Providence. So it's exciting for us to see them contribute to the development of the sport as well.
Laurie, we were watching the race. You mind telling them who was leading the race and where they're from?
Yeah, so the leader of the race at the moment is Finley McKinney Lambert out of Luther Sailing Academy.
Sounds right. That's out of my constituency.
Just wanted Laurie to tell you, bring that big smile. And how important was it to give these youngsters the same atmosphere you give to the best of the best?
Yeah, I mean, this atmosphere here, when you have best of the best, really, the kids, last best of the best, we're able to do a little area for the playground for the children. But this function is just all about kids and the atmosphere and the camaraderie and the friendship that persons from different islands can, sometimes you don't get to interact like you would with different children from different islands. So to provide this atmosphere and to say, look, this is really about you. We appreciate, the time you're putting in to develop the sport. And as they learn through the lasers and the sunfish and these other boats and move to the E-class, then eventually they start to sail in C-class vessels and B-class, which helps to develop the sport even further.
What class can he go on?
Oh, he could probably sail a laser.
Laser or the E?
He can sail an E. Well, not in just what Durward knows. Yeah, he can sail an E.
During the National Family Island, there's a rivalry between the ministers who's the best sailor.
Yeah.
That's up and coming. We hope to have a good amount of persons. I think last year we had 4. We had myself, Minister Monroe, John Pender, and the Deputy Prime Minister. So this year we hope to have more persons be a part of that race.
And, getting this together and bringing these youngsters from out of Grand Bahama, Eleuthera, Harbour Island here. Normally the regatta be in the next family island. Now some people want to travel to the family island, but the family island persons want to come here as well.
So I think it's a mix, and when I spoke to it when we announced the Sir Durward Knowles Championship, we spoke about New Providence and then hopefully moving it to different family islands, because a part of this is growing economies, right? And growing economies in the family islands and giving children the opportunity to see what other family islands are about. Everybody has their own culture, their food, the way how they do things.
First boat's finishing.
So we hope to do that.
So Laurie, who is that finishing?
I think that's Finley McKinney Lambert finishing.
There you go.
Look at that. Sorry, I did interrupt you.
One for Central and South Eleuthera.
Gotta make sure that. Yeah, gotta make sure that you're.
Make sure, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Mom's happy.
Come on, Paul.
And yes, and family island persons able to watch this on television. They may not be able to come here. They get to see the big boys on television.
Yeah.
Now they're getting to see the youngsters as well.
Yeah.
And this is helping them.
Right. Yeah. And we haven't had this since COVID. And we're trying to bring everything back, and I think that, well, nationally, you can see the excitement around sailing. Best of the Best Regatta was one of the largest, if not the largest, we ever had. The National Family Island Regatta in Exuma was the largest ever in Exuma, and we continue to build upon this in different islands, and we have other islands looking to have their own regattas where they haven't had them in the past.
And that was my next question. How has the reception been since sailing has been named the national sport? It's like, we know what this national sport is now. And I was speaking to Commissioner Hartley this morning. He said, "Oh, you took cricket away," but I'm now glad that sailing is the national sport.
Yeah, and they have a vessel that they're donating, E-class.
Mark will.
Yeah, and Mark's he's supposed to build the one for Eleuthera next. So that one hopefully will start pretty soon, and that may promise to the people in Central and South Eleuthera that they'll have their own E-class vessel as well.
Fantastic.
Laurie, that sounds good. Sounds like that E-class, you say you didn't know where they were going to, but Eleuthera was going to get their one, so the one that the commissioners tonight that can go somewhere else.
Well, we already have the one named in Eleuthera, so Sugarloaf Pineapple, So.
All right.
Where did that name come from? Sugarloaf pineapple?
Well, pineapple, the pineapple that comes from Eleuthera that people ravage about every year.
Yeah.
The type is called the Sugarloaf. So that's the sweet pineapple that they grow in Gregory Town.
Best pineapple in the world.
Yep.
You must give kudos to your team putting these events together, the best of the best, traveling from island to island, this junior regatta.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that, the team at Ministry of Works and Family Island Affairs, especially the team at local government, the regatta desk is par none. They've put these shows together, and a lot of times the ministers just show up, but they don't realize the work that goes behind the scenes, the crunch time, trying to get it done in regards to deadlines and getting the organization, everything, So we have a great team, and they continue to surpass and surprise me every time.
One thing I can say, the image of sailing has definitely changed since it has been named the national sport. More persons are coming out. One time ago, they would say only the so-and-so will sail on these boats, only so-and-so go to regatta, but it looks like mommy, Grammy, great Grammy, everybody wants to be a part of these regattas now.
Yeah, and I think we're supposed that we continue to develop, we build a national sailing school. I think that's something that's on our drawing board, so that persons who would not take advantage of sailing in the past would be, we've included schools throughout New Providence working on with the Ministry of Education to develop the sport. So we're putting a lot of focus on how we're going to develop and include persons from all walks of life in the sailing.
Laurie, update us on what's going on the screen as the sailors continue to come in?
So I think we've had a few more finishers coming in. I'm not sure of who they are. I'm a little far away to see them. I need the bionic eyes, right? But it looks like they're coming in fast and furious. Look at this group of 4 together, or 6. If you look at it, it looks like there may be some overtaking going on before they get to the finish.
They can handle them boats too.
Yeah. I'm looking at it. They can handle it. And unlike with the big boats where 3 and 4 guys on the boat, it's just them, the wind, and the sail.
Nothing like on the water.
No, nothing like being on the water. And when you get to see the Green Fleet this afternoon, just before the E-class, you will begin to appreciate the competency level of the kids in this race. Right.
How long does it take for a kid to learn to sail these vessels?
So some kids pick it up better than others. Some kids are naturals, but basically we have a summer sailing camp, and that's 2 weeks. And in 2 weeks they can figure out how to sail. The really good ones, we might actually be able to put them in a race. Not a race like this, but probably the Green Fleet race. So on average, within 6 months of starting, if they did the summer camp and they're sailing a couple of times a week in the fall, by the next summer they're probably in the championship fleet.
And how important is it to get that national sailing school started?
I mean, it's very important, and we spoke with Laurie and her team about it. See, the thing for me is getting persons who would not be able to have access to boats or training and all of that. And they've done a wonderful job in doing that and giving persons opportunity, because sailing is an expensive sport. Yeah. But, when you get donors and people's interested in developing the sport, and you get the government to support it on the back end with support of Laurie and
Bahamas National
yeah,
Sailing School.
yeah.
So with the help of government and some very generous private donors, we have a great program open to all kids who are interested. The only problem we have now is we need some more instructors. So we're growing, and it's just getting the instructors in. But the only limitations we have right now are not really so much the boats, but the instructors.
No, just so parents are listening, we need some instructors. We also need those funds as well. Don't leave that out. We need those funds to make sure that these kids get to go to these international events and make the Bahamas proud, like Durward did a few years ago, who this regatta is being named after. And talking about Durward, I had his daughter on, Charlotte. She is very impressed that you guys are carrying on his legacy. He had a regatta when he was 100. Her mom is going to be 100 in September coming. So she wants to do a regatta, something like that as well.
Wow, that's amazing. I mean, to live 70 years.
I know.
But 100, I think that things like this, and you pay homage to people that made a difference within these communities. And a lot of times, when we was on the show the other day, we spoke about sometimes we don't pay homage to heroes and persons that change the way that we live and our Bahamians are proud. And this is one of the ways of doing that. And we'll continue to do that in different ways, whether it's through sailing, through local government, and naming roads and streets and things like that.
Let's hope the Bahamians come out today. The opening ceremony is set for 6 o'clock this evening. There's also a concert, so it's just like the best of the best. Come on out, but it's more of a kids' atmosphere. We have Life Would keep performing. You have Junior Junkanoo winners performing. You have young singers performing. So it's going to be a nice, clean atmosphere. This is basically a little smaller than the crowd that we see at the best of the best because there are other things to do. But I feel more persons are going to come out later on, and especially on the weekend, Friday and Saturday.
Yeah. It's going to be
It'll
nice.
be a great event for kids to come out here today. Yeah, absolutely.
And you might get some kids that come out here and just get hooked on sailing and come say, Laurie, how can I come? And my mommy can't drop me, my daddy can't drop me. How can I I don't have a boat, I don't have this. What do I need?
I already had one call me up and say, how does my kid get involved in this? I'm like, well, do they know how to sail? No. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, come on down to Montague and check it out and see what's happening, and maybe we can get you out. We do have one of our instructors here. I think she's going to have a bigger boat out here. I'm not sure if she's out there with it now. But to take kids out sailing in a bigger boat. Maybe not today, but we'll see. But also to be on the beach to show them the boats that are there so that they can see what it's like.
You have lots of youngsters. You have close to 200 persons competing here this weekend. It's going to be an exciting weekend, so come on down. And some of these youngsters we might see in the Olympics in the next, not say 4 years or this year, but the next 8 years.
I think you're looking for about 15 years.
15 years?
Yeah, 10.
Why
10,
so
maybe
far?
10, maybe 10. A lot of people in the Olympics in sailing tend to be mid-20s, late 20s. Occasionally you have a couple of 18, 19-year-olds. So, yes, a couple of them could be in the next squad. I mean, right now we have Joshua Higgins, who's sailing internationally in the Laser 7. That's the equipment in the Olympics. He's trying to qualify the country. Sailing is a hard sport to qualify in the Olympics. There's a bunch of classes, but the biggest class is the laser, and it has 36 slots. So only 36 countries can attend. There's 50 countries in Europe that have thousands of sailors, so that have been sailing, since they were 8 against hardcore sailors that they don't know all over Europe. So small island nations in the Caribbean are at a real disadvantage, because we are isolated. It's hard to get to regattas. We don't have 500 people in New Providence sailing. You go to any big place in Europe and there's 500 kids right there, and then they get in their car and there's another 500 kids they've never met that they got to fight. So it's a really hard thing for Caribbean nations to get to the Olympics in sailing.
And on that note, how can we get more kids involved in sailing from your perspective, bringing in more, especially kids that don't have the privilege to come out here?
I think this is a step in the right direction today. You continue to get government funding to work along with nonprofits and I think building a real facility that is just designated to develop the sport,
Yeah.
and where you bring in international instructors that assist with instructors we currently have, and then give them the exposure. One thing I can say is that Bamians are resilient, and you can see through the Buddy Heels and DeAndre Aitons that we have talent in different sports, and eventually we'll get there. We've been there before, so we just have to find a niche and how to make it happen and just work towards that.
Yeah, and there really needs to be a dedicated site. The Bahamas National Sailing School right now is running out of the Nassau Yacht Club,
Right.
and we are at the courtesy, and we really appreciate the Nassau Yacht Club for allowing us to use their facilities, but that is limiting our growth. We really cannot get any bigger than we are on the footprint of the Nassau Yacht Club.
So we're working on that. So the architects at the Ministry of Works are developing a plan
Good news.
that so the rendering should be finished shortly. Then we'll share them with Laurie and for their input, and then because the stakeholders would know what they really want and how they want it to look. So we have some preliminaries, and hopefully in short order we'll be able to work together, designate a site, get government support to build the facility.
Really looking forward to that.
No, because-
Absolutely.
because the
That
hit will,
that is when we will start to go exponential.
yeah, because the hit will be sailing is a national sport, but we're not having anybody go to the Olympics. Track and say, why we're not the national sport, we have people in the Olympics.
Yeah.
Swimming, so sailing got to put their, so to speak, put their sails
yeah,
up.
gotta get there.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of pressure on you, Minister.
Yeah, that's okay.
A lot of pressure.
That's
You
okay.
heard it here
You
first.
look like you can handle it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we've done a lot in the last 2 years in regards to developing the sport. And, you build upon legacies, right? So governments are continuous, so once you build what we have and the next, as we continue to move, that governments continue to build upon because, this isn't political for us. It's everybody wants to enjoy the sport. And it's something that all of us on all parts politically enjoy.
I know I'm sitting right here, and just imagine me being one of your ministers, just looking at you, saying, I wish I was Sweeten's place right now. He's out on the Montague Bay enjoying the dock,
Telling
talking about good things while I'm here stressing out over this and that. You must be happy where you're at.
Well, I've been to work from early, so I've been to work from after 7, and then I made sure I got some work out of the way so I could come out here and hang out a bit.
It was a pleasure. We would like for you to stay around. I know you normally go around just feeling
yeah.
and making sure, but you have a busy schedule. We would like to thank you for joining us
Thank you.
here on the broadcast, and a great job by you and your crew, not only for this junior regatta, but for regattas in the whole. From a broadcasting perspective, I've seen a whole different pleasure, a whole different taste, a whole different, just about everything since you guys have started to do things with the national
Thank you.
sport.
Appreciate that.
All right, continue the good work.
Thank you, man.
Now the sailors they can be as rough and rowdy as possible, but you know how to handle it.
Well, I won them too, so.
And good luck in Georgetown. I don't know who I'm pulling for this year. I don't want to say it, but
No, don't say it.
all right. Well, thanks a lot, Minister Clay Sweet,
Thank
for
you.
joining us here on the broadcast. I know you have a very busy schedule. You're going to walk around, and some good food and everything is out here.
Yeah.
And this one is for the kids.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
This one today and tomorrow and Saturday is definitely for the kids. The stage is set up for the concert. The kids' playground is already being occupied, and that's what brings smiles on your faces when you see the kids are enjoying themselves in a nice, clean atmosphere.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. So the race is
The standard, which is basically, and the Sir Durward Knowles trophy for the E-class is the same. So we've got, hopefully we will have 6 races. If we get 6 races, each competitor will be able to drop their worst race. This is something that exists in sailboat racing, kind of because sometimes you get a boat that breaks, so it helps. It helps with that, or because of the disqualification issue.
Balance for me, waistline and balance for me. Tell me when you balance for me, shake your booty and balance for me. Tell me when you balance for me, waistline and balance for me. Tell me when you balance for me, shake your booty and balance for me. I want hold it, girl, never ever try control it, girl. Anytime, how you do it? Come over here and roll it, girl. I want hold it, girl, never ever try control it, girl. Anytime, how you do it? Come over here and roll it, girl. Solid girl, something time. Police girl, freaky girl, never ever had no kiki girl. No racism, black or white. Have respect for bleaching girls. Careful of bleaching girls. Some people think them teeth in girls. Give me this, give me that, give me this, give me that. We call them thingsy girls. Tell me when you balance for me. Your waistline and balance for me. Alright then. Tell me when you balance for me. Shake your booty and balance for me. Tell me when you balance for me. Balance for me. Tell me when you balance for me. Shake your booty and balance for me. I want hold it, girl. Never ever try control it, girl. Roll it, roll it, roll it, roll it, roll it. That's how we flex in the 242 on the court in the 2 dark hoops. 650 in Kawasaki. Pick up some exhaust and nation, mommy. If you work once, they go to plan B. So if you're making money, they come from around me. Sexy thing look like Taraji. Let's go riding on the jet ski. Red money. Everybody trying to get money because the sky is shining. You ain't always sunny. So we start the corner, pass the knowledge on. They increase the peace and learn the right from wrong. Guys, my life is stress free. Don't stop me up, not today. Don't call me, don't text me. I don't wanna know what you say. I party till next week, cause that's how we celebrate. Don't call me, don't text me, cause I live in stress free. Stress free, don't mess with me. Never let nobody get the best of me. Gotta let you know, nah, not today. I don't care about the rumors.
They're very agile.
They jump from one side to the next side when they're turning very, very quick.
Yeah.
Beautiful day for sailing. Glad to be out of the office and out here sitting on the dock of the bay, enjoying this cool breeze and watching the top junior sailors here in the country. Some of them the top junior sailors in the world.
And it looks like Finley McKinney Lambert has taken the lead again.
After winning the first race, he should know the course very well and where he wants to go. But he said they've brought in the course a bit. That first race felt like it took more than 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think it did. I think that the race committee, the wind dropped out a little bit for them. It was not as quite as windy, so they set the course a little farther than it needed to be. So now they have brought it back in a little bit. And I think this race is going to be a lot shorter. Of course, the last race, too, we had a general recall, so that added another 5 or 8 minutes to the program.
So when we're finished with this Optimus class, we go into what division after that?
After this, we'll start lasers and the sunfish will be on the course at the same time.
Okay, and how many break? Is there a break? Not these much skippers from this class will sail on those, right?
None of these kids will sail in that class. No. Generally, when we have an event like this, the kids are all sailing at the same time in all the classes in different race courses. For this event, we decided to have them all on the same race course so they could all be seen from shore. And so they can't all be on the race course at the same time. So normally in our events, it's not possible for them all to sail together. I mean, it's not possible for a sailor to sail in more than one class.
Number 317.
317, I think that's a Grand Bahama boat, but I'm not sure, and I don't have that. 317. That's Chase Thompson. Yes, he's from Grand Bahama, and he's 13.
13.
And again, the pink sails, if you see a pink sail number, that's a Long Island boat. And they also have the little decal, the big round circle on the lower left of the sail. Number 12. Oh, I don't know. Who's number 12? Number 12 is Blake Morey. He's from New Providence. And 690 is Wyland Brainen from Exuma Sailing Club.
They're looking pretty good. Back to the overhead shot.
Back to the overhead shot. Yeah.
See the nice
Now you can
mark?
see them all
Yeah.
spread out there. Very spread out.
We saw this at the beginning of the last race, and then it was like a one straight line. That's number 180 again out there.
And 180 is John Hartley. He's from the Sailing Club, and his father is the current British High Commissioner to the Bahamas. I believe he just started sailing last year, so you can see the progression.
He came in, just got connected with Regatta.
And we have a few girls in this event, including Yamaya Halber and Michaela Halber from Eleuthera. Yamaya's 12 years. They're twins, actually, so they're both 12. And Yamaya's in number 117, and Michaela is in 119. I think that's number 2. Number 12. Number 2.
12.
Number 12, yeah, that's Blake Moore. He's out of the city. Yeah. He's out of the Royal Nassau Sailing Club.
That's what I like to see.
You like that?
I like to see the agility moving from side to side. And what is that all about? Just trying to shift with the wind?
Well, so you're tacking, so you're moving to the other side of the boat because you're putting the sail on the different side of the boat, so you need to get on the other side. And some of them do it pretty abruptly, and they're trying to get a little bit of an oomph, a little bit of a burst of speed when they do that. And they think it's cool. And it is. It does look cool.
I love seeing that. Some of them come around the first marker. We're seeing that straight line.
Much closer.
Yeah.
Much closer this race.
Oh, you can see the markers are really close in this one.
And it looks like I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the first one. And 176 is Donovan Wood. He's from Eleuthera Sailing Academy. 699 is Tyrese McKenzie from Exuma Sailing Club.
117.
And 117 is, I think that's Michaela, no, that's Yamaya from Eleuthera Sailing Academy. Tight racing.
I just love the color of the water. And I feel that Exuma has some of the better water in the Bahamas, but out here is Montague right now is giving them a great competition. The color is right there. Good sailing.
It's good sailing.
See,
Boat number 17 is Rudolph Ferguson, Rudy Ferguson. He's from Nassau, and he goes to St. Augustine's, I think. Rudy's been sailing about 3 years. He's a junior instructor, assistant junior instructor with the Bahamas National Sailing School.
And only been sailing for 3 years?
About 3 years, yeah.
We see them bunch up there.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. They got to fight. They're close.
You see another big boat, the committee boat on the outside there.
Oh, that blue boat. That's a press boat.
Press boat?
Yeah, that's a press boat. They're helping us get all this great footage. Thank you very much to the press.
That's 112.
Yeah, 112. Who's 112? 112 is Taryn. So Taryn is the younger sister of Finley, and there's a couple of our kids in the back. Somebody made a mistake. So somebody fouled somebody else.
So we have a lot of
They're not supposed to have
siblings
contact.
sailing against one another in these races.
Sometimes,
brothers,
yeah.
sisters,
Mhm,
brothers.
Yep. Yep.
That is nice to keep it
It's
going.
nice.
Right now, Finley.
690 is Wiley Brain, and he's from Exuma Sailing Club. I think it's probably his first time in the championship fleet, so good for him.
So with the championship and the regatta, anybody can come, or do you have to be qualified to come here or invited? How does it work?
So generally speaking, the kids are members of a club or members of the sailing association. We really need to know that you know how to sail, right? So a lot of these boats a lot of these children we're providing the boats to them. So we do not provide a boat to a kid that we don't think is going to be able to sail. And generally speaking, whether they go into the championship fleet, now that's 112. I think that's 112. That's Taryn McKinney Lambert. Yep. So she's a very good young sailor. Not quite as good as her brother, but her brother's a little older. But she's a very good sailor. And so the coaches tell us whether their kids are Green Fleet or Championship Fleet.
This is still the Optimist class.
This is still the Optimist class. They're showing you laser class on the screen, but these are the Optimists. The lasers are starting to come out, as are the Sunfish.
Optimist sailing back-to-back races here in Montague.
So yeah, the coaches decide whether the kids are Green Fleet, and the Green Fleet. If they win the Green Fleet, they are not allowed to stay on the Green Fleet again. They got to move up to the championship.
Race number 2 here in the Optimist class. You can see it from the eastern end. So you can see Montague in the back, the Montague foreshore in the background. Not far out.
Oh, that's great.
No, what keeps you around so long? Because some people might say, man, I already had my time for me to give up.
So, again, it's back to sailing has done a lot for me. I've gone all over the world sailing, met a lot of great people. I really enjoy it. I still enjoy it. I enjoy the heavy air for the excitement. I enjoy the light air because it's relaxing. And I want to pass that on to other kids because I just think it's the greatest sport out there. And you know, even if you're not a competitive sailor, it's still a lifestyle. We have kids that don't like racing. That's fine. We had a kid that we used to do a regatta in Abaco. That was a combi adult kid event in Sunfish, and this adults were sailing Sunfish, and some of the kids as well. And then we had kids sailing Opties, and we had this great kid come from Nassau, and he really didn't like racing, but he liked to be out on the boat. So he came to the event, and the second day he threw a fishing line out while he was racing. While he was racing in the race, he threw a fishing line out, and would you believe it? He caught a jack, and he was so proud. He brought that jack in the boat, and he carried that jack home to mom. So
That's the
you
first
know.
time I heard that story.
So not everybody wants to race, but once you learn how to control that boat, you learn how to control. You're learning how to control that boat. You learn how to control yourself, and it's free, and you get away from people.
Growing up, I remember a name, Tony Martin.
Yep.
Whatever.
Donnie still sails. In fact, Donnie and a group of us
When I
really.
first got into business, he was one of the top sailors
Yeah,
back then.
he's a 3-time world champion in the sunfish class. He's still sailing. Like me, he's a little long on the tooth for world championships, unless we sail in the Masters ones. We had a team that went to the Sunfish Worlds in December, and yeah, I said I nicknamed us the geriatric team because the youngest one of us was 55. But we had a lot of fun.
But with sailing, it doesn't matter your age because I see McKinney, who I did a story with last week, he's getting ready to sail from Exuma and Nassau, and he's
Yep.
70.
Yep.
So it doesn't matter how old you are sailing.
This is a sport you can do for life. You know,
Yeah.
you can't play rugby, you can't play American football for life. You can sail for life. It's a great sport. And that looks like one of the Eleuthera kids.
119,
Yeah, I think that's Michaela.
operator.
No, she's from Eleuthera Sailing Academy. So that's they're in Savannah Sound. 119 and 117. Those are the twins. Let me just check that, make sure I have that correctly. Yep. 117 and 119. They're two twins, and they're right next to each other on the race course. Isn't that fantastic?
So they're using strategy on the rest of the season.
Oh, no. They're looking to beat each other. They ain't worried about the rest of the sailors. They want to beat each other, I'm sure. Yeah. It's funny, you know, you go all over the world, and the people you care about beating are your own teammates. Because you got that pecking order back at home.
So how many events can a young sailor go to for the year? Because you mentioned a lot of international events besides the local regattas.
So we have a lot of local regattas. We probably have at least one regatta a month. In fact, right now it's very busy. We had a regatta 2 weeks ago, and we have another regatta next week. This is the busy time of year for us. But over the course, and then we have and these are multi-class regattas. We also have like a laser-only junior nationals, an opti-only junior nationals, sunfish-only junior senior nationals. So there's a lot of events here, but you could pick any event you want to go to internationally. There's an event somewhere if you want to. Most of our kids tend to stick to Florida because that's easier and closer and therefore cheaper. They also do an event in Cork in Canada, which is a nice big regatta, and in the summer. And then they are looking at going to, in the Optimist class, the North Americans and the Worlds. In the Laser class, they have done a couple of midwinter regattas in Florida that they can go to. There's any number. So, yeah, theoretically, you could race every weekend internationally if you had the time, inclination, and money. But really, you want to pick your regattas.
Is
so you
it
get
good
the
to be?
most.
Is it good to be sailing every weekend?
No, I think you get burnt out, right? You know, you want to. For me, I want to make sure the kids are having fun. As long as you're having fun, let's keep racing. But if you're not having fun, you know, and if you're doing it every weekend, you know, it's going to interfere with your schooling. So you don't really want to be doing it every weekend, no.
Now we see that same line that we saw in the first race where everybody's now starting to separate themselves.
Oh, that one heeled a little bit too far, got a little bit of water in the boat, and now they're having to bail.
Also, yeah, I've seen him bail it out.
Yeah.
I
So-
saw he dipped.
Yeah, so they're trying to get the boat heeled over on top of them, and what that does is it less surface, so less friction, so the boat moves better. It's minor, but it makes a difference. It makes a difference over the course of the leg, but it's a fine line between having it heeled over far enough.
But it's not easy.
Not easy, not easy.
From my perspective, it's not easy to be on a boat with a camera on your shoulder while the boat is rocking and trying to hold a steady shot all the time.
And of course, they're far enough away that they're having to zoom, so that makes it even harder.
Yeah.
But you see, in other sports, they talk about core strength. Sailors have a lot of core strength because they're all, you see how they're having to balance that boat?
Yeah.
That's all stomach muscles.
So besides sailing, what else do they do to stay in shape, to get race sharp? Like yesterday,
So when you get to the upper levels, they're going to the gym, lifting weights, doing strength exercises, and they're also doing aerobic exercises, whether that's running or cycling. When Joshua Higgins came back from his first stint away where he's at a training camp, I said, so what was the thing you learned the most? He said, oh, Miss Laurie, when I first went there, I couldn't believe they went to the gym and sailed in the same day.
I did running.
Now I go to the gym, I go sailing, and I come back off the water, and I ride my bike for 10 miles. So
He's realizing the other things that is important for him to be a great sailor.
yeah.
The chance, I think he was in Australia when I interviewed him a few months ago. That's a nice one right there.
Yeah.
Coming around the marker.
This is Finley McKinney, and I think he's coming. Are they finishing or are they carrying on?
190.
Yeah. 190. 190 is, let me tell you who that is. I got to pull up my crib sheet. That's an Exuma Sailing Club sailor. That's Dallas Clark. And number 5 is, number 5. My guess is number 5 must be a Long Island sailor. We had some sail changes for them at the last minute, so I don't have
See
that
some of
correct
the boats
information.
now starting to come in. Looking in the background, the crowd now is starting to come. People are taking their lunchtime and coming down here to Monaco to enjoy the festivities, get some good food.
And it looks like the winners of that race was Finley McKinney
So he has 2 in the bag.
from Eleuthera, and in second, Emmett Knowles from Exuma Sailing Club.
Trained by Dallas.
Dallas is his father. And his great-grandfather is Percy Knowles, the guy who crewed for Sir Durward.
Yeah.
And Percy was Sir Durward's brother. So Percy was one of Sir Durward's crew.
Seeing the Knowles tradition carry on here in this Sir Durward Knowles. Here we got it. The sun is out, but it's still of a bit of a chill on the water.
We got air conditioning out here. I know you're cold.
Yeah.
I got my jacket
I was
on.
trying to look island-like, but I'm starting to feel the cool breeze.
I'm sorry I don't have another jacket for you.
Yeah. When I take a break, I have a jacket there in the car. I'll put it on. But I'm enjoying it. It's better than being in the office. With that air conditions, it's a nice, cool breeze.
We could move you back so you're in the sun.
Sun, yeah. Wow,
Once you get in the sun, I think you'll be good.
what a beautiful shot there. We're getting to see most of the boats as they come in. Yeah, you're right. It didn't. You're right. You're right on point. It didn't take much longer for this race.
No.
You see the laser class boats now starting to make their way over, so they are ready to go. And look like they are going back to the yacht club.
Yeah, the Optimist Championship fleet are going back to the yacht club. They're going to put their boats away for the day, and then they'll come over to the Montague, and maybe we can get a couple of them out here to have a little interview.
The laser class, they are already looking to be on the line. Look like they're going, unlike the big regattas where you have like a 2-3 hour wait before, or the tide rise, or this ride. Tide rise doesn't figure into this, right?
Well, you know, the beautiful thing about children and international classes is when we say the start time shall be, the start time shall be. But in this particular case, we were given a limited number of hours in which to get our international classes in. So they all want to race, they all want to sail, they're not going to mess around.
Coming up in this laser class, how many sloops do we have in here?
So I think we have about 15 lasers and 15 sunfish, something about that.
Laser and sunfish
Yeah,
will be
laser and
sailing together. Optimists. They are heading in. Take a break and be right back over here to watch some of the action. And then coming up later on, we'll have the E-Class. That's what I'm looking forward to seeing these youngsters maneuver. So they'll have at least 2 persons on those boats for the E-Class.
At least two persons, yeah. I think the list of competitors I saw indicated 2 in each boat, but I think if this is still as windy as this when they are sailing, they might put 3 in some of the boats.
They'll have to set a new course right now for the...
Yeah, they might take the mark out a little longer, but they might see how quick it goes and see what happens.
Come on down to the Monarchy foreshore. This is Durward Knowles Sailing Junior Regatta.
Yeah.
This is exciting out here today. The breeze has picked up slightly from this morning. The sun is out, but it's still breezy, a little chill. So if you're coming on down, you can still bring that sweater or jacket. I don't recommend those short pants and slippers, but the tourists, they are out here today just enjoying this. Where some of them come from, it is just snow on the ground, so they're enjoying the atmosphere out here today. And we're definitely enjoying bringing you the best in junior sailors, the laser and the sunfish class coming up next. We saw the Optimist race, back-to-back race, and what a show they put on. We also have the police boat out there monitoring the situation, the safety boat, the press boat. Everybody's out there making sure that everything goes smooth sailing. So, Laurie, let's take a break before the laser start, and we'll be right back here to the Monarchy
Fantastic.
foreshore. This is Durward Knowles Junior Sailing Championships.
Fantastic.
Hello, Stewie Griffin here. I'm rocking to the sweet beat of DJ Sammy. Oh, look out, here comes another beat.
Keep shaking, baby, and press me, baby. I'm going crazy. This is your song. Swim suit on. Mash up the place. She likes it all night long. Now I'm in remote control. Keep shaking, baby, and press me, baby. I'm going crazy. Keep shaking, baby, and press me, baby. I'm going crazy. Hypnotize, hypnotize.
Oh my God, my
Pressurize, pressurize.
Move your body, got exercise.
Exercise.
Turn around, let me see that twice.
Now I got her in my arms. She still behaving rude. Keep shaking, baby, and press me, baby. I'm going crazy. Keep shaking, baby, and press me, baby. I'm going crazy.
Music playing, there's no hesitating. We come straight down in with boom. That grandpa shaking, and grandma breaking down. To the song of the goat skin drum. Take me to the island. Oh na 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 na, where there is no drama. Slow for one another. Take me to the island.
makes me want to shake my tush. Hey DJ Sampler, play some big tunes.
Music playing, there's no hesitating. We can strip down in, we bone. If that grandpa shaking, even grandma breaking down. To this song of the goat skin drum, take me to the island. Oh, na. Where there is no drama, slow for one another. Take me to the island. Please, Lord, take me down there. Where the children can play. Hey, I let me tell them. Take me back, Auckland, take me back, Nagua, take me back, Andros, take me. Oh, na. Take me back, Rimani, take me back, Suma, take me back, Lutra, take me. Hey, take me back to the island, beautiful like a diamond. Take me back to the island. Oh, na. Take me back to the island, beautiful like a diamond. Take me back to the island. So, this island is my home. 700 keys to room. We can scrape down in, we bone. It's a brother shaking. Even the pasta breaking down. To this song of the ghost skin jump. Take me to the island. Oh, na. Where there is no drama. Slow for one another. Take me to the island. Please, Lord, take me down there. Where the children can play. So we tell them. Take me back, Abaco, take me back, Island, take me back, Sansa, take me, oh my grandma, Bahama, take me back, Thailand, take me back, Thailand, take me back, Nasa, take me.
Everything I go get through, God I'm blessing, no stressing, I'm pumping with people. Negativity, don't bring that around me. If you think I go fail, then you just don't know about me. I am the one shutting down and go to work next morning. I am the party champion, defending this my calling. I wake the people up whenever people start getting calling. When they say it can't be done, I show them I can do it. Go to breakfast, then I head and straight to suits. I can do it. Party them back inside the drop and don't catch flu. I can do it. Drink it back all night and I still remember you. I can do it. Wake the next day and be ready for part two. Yeah, I can do it. Mash up the crowds. When we go down, I can do it. Wave all around, jumping up and down. I can do it. Stop it now. Yeah, I can do it. Don't doubt me. No way, yes. I stay tonight. I lie. Never lie. I stay with energy, and all my friends just like me. Fueling for a good time and be his family. See, I can do all this. The Bible even tell me. So if you say I can't go, then get thee behind me. Oh, I am the one to shell it down and go to work next morning. I am the party champion, defending this my calling. I wake the people up whenever people start getting calling. When they say it can't be done, I show them I can.
He say I the one thing. No other guy can make him happy. He know how to rock me steady. Oh, now I love when he call me gorgeous. Them fine guys is plenty. He pass them straight to come to his baby. Oh, look how you make me say, boy, you whining all over me, I say, and the tonic can be so sweet, I say, the way you love me, take over me, boy. You love me sweet and sugar cane, I say, can't get enough of you, baby, I say, I love it how you hold on to me, boy.
Black man feeling to party. It don't bother me. What they think about me. Come let we think go late and enjoy this party.
I was
How's the conditions out there?
absolutely perfect. It was excellent conditions. and I think everything's remained the same. So I think we're in for a very good race coming up.
Laurie and I saw some race call back. What was going on there earlier? What was happening?
Well, there was a general recall on the first start that they had. And if you have a number of boats over, hard to identify who they are, they'll have a general recall and they restart.
For the conditions and sailing and everything, no penalties or nothing to do.
From what I saw out there, there didn't seem to be any penalties.
And so now we're getting set for the laser and the sunfish, or what is competing in that?
Oh, we got a bunch of kids. So Robert has a bunch of kids from the sailing club. We have so I guess I'll start with our top sailor, Joshua Weish. He's sailing in the laser. He's hoping to represent the country at a world championship this year, but actually next weekend we're having a qualifying event for them to decide who will represent the Bahamas in the worlds, in the youth worlds. We have Rico Major, who sails out of St. Augustine. Well, he sails from the BNSS, but he's from St. Augustine. We got Delano Davis, who's also a BNSS sailor. Johannes Moritz, Craig Ferguson. Craig Ferguson is one of our top junior sailors. He's won Sunfish Juniors. He won a couple of Optimist Juniors. We got Eliza Denning out of Lyford Key. She's one of our top junior sailors. She just moved out of the Opti into the laser. She attended an event in Florida in the last month, and she was a top girl. That was her first major international event in the laser. We got Zach Knowles and Aidan Bain. Aidan Bain and Ellie Gibson are from Grand Bahama. We got Enzo Godoy, who sails out of Sailing Club. Sienna Jones, who's from Lyford Key. Eliane Higgs, she's from the Sailing Club. I don't think she's sailing today. I think she has school, unfortunately, that she couldn't get out of. Katie Kelly, I think, is in the same situation as Ellie. And then we have Norman Cartwright and Jerron Francis. Norman is also one of our top junior sailors. He recently attended with Enzo Godoy the Snipe Youth Worlds in Miami in December, and they did pretty good for the time that they've spent in the boat. Jerron Francis, he's a good sailor. He's also a great horn player, and he's a man of many talents. So we're hoping to see how they all do out there. I think it'll be a great event.
Do we expect some really stiff competition in this division, in this class?
I let Robert speak to that.
Well, you're looking at some of our top sailors in the laser class, and I'll just comment on Joshua Weish, who has been winning a lot of the events this past year. Okay, and very close to him is Norman Cartwright, who really got an award as the most improved sailor at Royal Nassau Sailing Club, and also our Sailor of the Year. Unfortunately, Ellie Higgs isn't here today, but she should be here tomorrow. Another star just coming into the laser class, Eliza Denning. And Lori mentioned she was the top girl at a major event in Florida a month ago. She also placed second out of 62 competitors in that same event. We also have another sailor, female, Sienna Jones, who's just gotten into the class, and she is right there with Eliza and doing extremely well. So this is really one of the first events these girls are going to be sailing here with our own local group in the lasers. So we're looking for good results from them.
Laurie?
And it looks like they're about to start. They're within 1 minute. The flags are telling me that. And so I would think we've got about 20 seconds till the start.
For our viewing audience who doesn't know much about the laser and the sunfish, give us some of the dimensions like we did with the Optimist.
Dimensions.
Sure. With the lasers, about 15 feet long. It's very light. It's about 120, 125 pounds. It's a very exciting boat, very tricky boat to sail. You really need to be in top shape. And it's one of the things that we work on in our programs is to get these kids fit enough to really sail these boats competitively.
There we go.
That
That's
is-
the start.
That's the start, Horn.
And I think somebody was over. At least some. Yep. I think that might be Johannes Moritz who was over.
That is Johannes, who was over early.
Unfortunately, he was right at the pin, so he only had to go around it, and he's all good to go now. And then we have one that's a straggler that didn't quite make the start. They got a bit to catch up, but that's not a death knell.
Out of the lead right now and in control of the fleet is Eliza.
She's the one in the farthest left. And they all seem to think that the breeze has gone to the left because they're all on the same tack. Oh, somebody's come back, but I think that the one that tacked, they tacked because they were getting dirty air and they were looking for free air. Maybe there has been a shift because people are coming back. In the meantime, the Sunfish are out there getting lined up to start.
So they'll start right after them and race on the scene?
They're starting effectively 5 minutes after. So I think the top fleet, sorry, the lasers will be around the top mark about the time the Sunfish start. And we have a pretty broad group of kids in this
So
boat.
what I would like to know, why is the Sunfish sails prettier? You know, 'cause if we saw the Optimist with the white sails,
Yeah.
the Laser with the white sails, with the Sunfish, they're pretty.
They are pretty. So the Sunfish has been around a lot longer than the Laser, and it did start as a boat that was used quite often in the Caribbean at hotels. And they like the colorful sails. They like to use the sails for events. So if we had a sail here, actually, we had a Worlds here about 6 years ago, 8 years ago, and the yellow and blue Bahamian color sails are from that event. There's a couple of red and blue sails there, and they probably came from a Worlds in America. So it's nice because it helps you identify boats better, easier. But the lasers, they just like the white sails. And in most sailboat classes internationally, the sails are pretty much all white,
So
and the boats are white.
we're back to the Laser class. Not we can count the boats. I see 8 out there right now.
9, you missed one. You missed the one on the farthest left, or you missed one of the ones that's covered up.
They're getting up.
6, 8, 9. Yeah, I got 9. So we're missing a few. I think one of the competitors had an issue with his boat. One of the Grand Bahama competitors had an issue with a part on his boat. And so hopefully he'll make it for the second race.
Yep.
And
So-
then we have at least 2.
With that, and like
Yeah.
we were indicating a few minutes ago, the young lady who went to school today, she's not here, but she'll race tomorrow. How will that affect her in terms of standings and getting points?
Well, she'll end up with DNS, which did not start. And if we have 9 boats out there, she would get 10 points. So the number of boats, actually, the number of boats registered, so it's more than the 9 plus 1. It's going to be the number we have registered plus 1. So that may well be 16 points that's added on.
So she'll be able to drop one of those scores, but she'll still be carrying a 16. So it's possible she could still win, but it's more likely that she'll be somewhere in the middle.
Okay. All right. Maybe she'll get a chance to sail in these beautiful conditions here.
And the Sunfish look like they're lining up to start. So the Lasers are all pretty competent sailors. In the Sunfish class, we probably have 1 or 2 that are not quite as competent as the others. That'll be borne out when they start racing.
So who are we looking for? Who are we looking for to be the top competitors now in the Laser again?
Very likely Norman Cartwright, Joshua Weech, and I believe Eliza Denning may well be up there. If Craig Ferguson is out there, he'll also be up front. They're our top competitors.
They're really rocking those boats out there.
Oh, yeah.
Having a lot of fun.
Is that we see the sails going back and forth?
Oh, they're rocking. So they're
Yes.
rocking the boats.
Yes.
Strictly speaking, in most racing, that's not necessarily allowed, not in the conditions that we have here. But in this event, I think we're having a fun event. So they're all seeing what they can do.
And the laser class now getting out.
The sunfish. This is the
Sunfish,
sunfish coming up.
sunfish.
Yep.
Sunfish coming up. Oh, just looking at those sails.
What a beautiful shot that is,
Yeah,
isn't
yeah,
it?
yeah. Just looking at those sails.
Well, that looks like Norman Cartwright in the lead
Uh-huh.
by almost a boat length. And then you have Eliza, and I believe the other person on the other side is either Craig or Josh. Very close racing,
Very
the
close
first three
racing.
there.
And some issues with the sunfish.
There's so many boats right now on the water.
Uh-huh.
Norman Cartwright is just rounded in first. Looks like Eliza Denning just
And then
turned.
170 or 409 is the other boat.
And the far boat to the east looks like Joshua.
Yeah. Yeah, the third one is Joshua Weish. And then this looks like Delano coming in. Yeah.
No sail number.
The number is here. Oh, right, no sail number. And then that looks like, was it Sienna before?
Yeah, looks like Sienna rounding fourth on the far side.
Johannes made up after his early
Johannes
start.
Yep, Johannes is made up, coming up all right there.
And then you can see one of the sailors is sailing a 4.7. It says on the bottom of the sail. That's a slightly smaller boat. And probably because it's a smaller kid.
What a sight. And in this race, staying out of the way.
Yeah. It's a very small course with a lot of big
Oh,
boats.
yeah, staying out of the way is important in using the strategy.
It's a connection.
Just watching it from the view here under the tent.
They got a good breeze today, and we weren't expecting this much breeze today.
Exactly. I was thinking more like about, 9, 10, but I think we're up around 13 knots of breeze, which is great.
Yeah. It's a good thing all those sailboats moved out the way.
You're right.
You got an Opti out there. I wonder if that's a green fleeter.
Sunfish. No. Now they're coming around.
Sunfish are coming around. The first sunfish are coming around.
First marker.
Couldn't tell you. Unfortunately, I can't tell you who's who because I don't know the numbers on the colors of the sails. Oh, it looks like the yellow and white sunfish sail is not going to sail the course. Oh, I think he's figuring it out now. So they have to go around the top mark and then around the little red one on the side. And the boat that came around the mark first went straight downwind. He's now going back up to the mark, and that's cost him at least 2 boats. Looks like more like 3 boats he's lost. Let's see how good he is if he can make that back up. And that's an Exuma sailor. And you can tell that because he's got a bright fluorescent orange shirt on.
So pink is Long Island and fluorescent is Eleuthera.
I think the fluorescent orange is ME1, right? Yeah.
So the lasers have rounded the windward mark for the second time. They are now on their way to the finish, and it really looks close between the top 3 boats. So that would be Norman, Joshua, and Miss Denning.
So the race committee really has to keep their eyes open right now with so many boats on the water in 2 different class.
Oh, they're having fun.
They're having fun is right. It's going to keep them busy.
I'm going to pull out my binoculars and see who this first boat is.
So the finish line will be right in front of the beach between the furthest east yellow buoy and the race committee boat flying the orange flag.
31.617. Okay, so I can tell you who second is, and that is Tanaj Manos. No, sorry, that's in second and 31 is Zachary Cartwright. In third is Tanaj Manos of Exuma. And I believe in fourth is Josh Knowles of Exuma. And the boat leading the race is Aiden Summer of the BNSS.
See number 31.
Number 31, yes, that's Zachary Cartwright from Nassau.
Quick moving race. This is a very quick move.
So now the lasers are finishing. 1, 2, 3. I think Eliza ended up third. Was that that was Norman first, I believe, in the blue boat, and
Correct.
and
And
Joshua
Joshua.
Weish in the red boat second. So some of the lasers do have different hull colors. Makes life nice. Helps us to find them. Then we got a close race here in the Sunfish coming around, and 13 got inside of 47.34. 13 is from Exuma, that's Orlando Ferguson, and 47.34 is Steve Cash from Harbor Island. 47.26, so the blue and yellow sails, the dark blue and yellow sails, they're both Harbor Island sailors. And then the yellow and white sails, those are both Exuma sailors. Oh, we have a laser having issues with the Sunfish on starboard. So the laser had to keep out of the way of the Sunfish on starboard.
Laser boats are wrapping up. And
Who's in the 4.7, do we know? Maybe,
Oh,
no, don't think that's Jerron. I think he's too big to be in a 4.7.
could be Rico.
Ah, yeah, it might be Rico Major from St. Augustine's. And closer to us, we have 3 Sunfish coming around together. But I don't have a number on that sail, so I don't know the first one. Second is Silas Monroe. And third is a couple of, I think third might be Trishana Brown and Isla Rule.
Up some boats out there in the harbor just watching the racing going on.
Yes.
They're enjoying the view while we on shore also enjoying the view here.
And so last place in the Sunfish is Jeremiah Dumont. He sailed with us for a couple weeks this summer. I don't think he's been in a back in a boat since, so he's doing very well. But you can see the difference in the capabilities. And that's just time in the boat.
So the laser boats, they have gone over in the corner, rejuvenate and come right back up.
Yeah, they're gonna wait. I think probably the race committee is gonna wait for the Sunfish to finish before they start the lasers. Otherwise, we're gonna have boats finishing and starting at the same time, and that becomes a bit of a complicated mess. So sailors will stay out of the way till the Sunfish finish. The lasers will.
Right. Aiden Sumner still in the lead. He's just rounded the windward mark. And it looks like one of the boats from Exuma. Looks like he might be rounding second. Although it's a white sail, who's that?
That I don't know. I'm trying to figure that one out. I think that
Okay.
might be Zachary Cartwright, 31.
And
Pretty
then the
sure it was, yeah.
two Exuma boats by the looks of it with the white and yellow sail.
And you can see right there that is
Yep, those are the two. Yep.
25.
You forget we can look at this monitor.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're so used to looking out on the seas and getting the bird's eye view. 4726, that's
4726, I think, is a Grand Bahama boat.
he's coming around. And we see one coming in
No,
right
sorry, that's a Harbor Island boat. That's Amari Hall, 4726.
3941 is coming in.
3941 is Lucas Miller. Oh, this is these two down here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's certainly Lucas. And again, these two have not had a lot of time sailing. They've probably done one summer session. So it's a little bit more than they're used to. It's breezy for them. Let's see how they handle the jibe. They have to do teamwork to do this jibe. And I'm not sure they're very happy about it. Oops, there we go. They got the sail across. Good job, guys. Then they'll worry about where they put the boat. Once they got the sail across, now they can think about how to go back upwind. It does take a little bit of teamwork to sail in the boat together.
Now, how does that work? We're seeing persons with boats with one person. We're seeing sloops with two persons.
Okay, so the Sunfish allows there to be two people in the boat, but generally adults sail it one to a boat. And it's not difficult, but it does require teamwork, because if I pull on the tiller and you pull on the sail when you're supposed to be letting the sail out, we're not going to go very far very fast. And that's the problem that the two of them just had. And they just got to figure out how to talk to each other so they can finish that. And coming in to finish is the first boat, and unfortunately I can't tell you who that is from here.
I believe that's Aiden Sumner.
Oh, that's correct, yep.
And there's a battle for second place.
Or third.
And definitely for third and fourth. But looks like the second place boat, the white sail, is in control, managed to
Yeah, and that's
beat the other two.
Zachary Cartwright. So that's the other two boats with the yellow and white sails. Those are both from Exuma. That's Josh Knowles and Tanaj Manos. And it looks like Josh may have gotten it because of the fact that he's probably about 40 pounds lighter than Tanaj. At least that's what Tanaj will tell you. And I hear him. The next boat is a blue and yellow sail. I'm not sure. I think that's a Grand Bahama. No, Harbor Island. That's probably Amari Hall from Harbor Island. Good job, Amari. And it's the red, white, and blue that I believe are from. Oh, I thought they were from Grand Bahama, but that's my mistake. They must be Nassau boats. Unfortunately, from this angle, we can't see the sail numbers.
And we're now seeing the laser boats starting to get back on the line. Quick as that.
They're getting ready. Well, they may start them with some of the sunfish not yet finished because there's a big separation there. It's just a question of how well they think that will be.
We saw when the Optimists were sailing, the sunfish and the lasers were coming around. I'm looking to see when the E-classes start making their way.
I don't think they're going to start moving until about 2:30.
Okay, 2:30.
2:30. Up. Oh, we got a swimmer. Up at the top mark. Somebody went for a swim. So in this kind of breeze and the downwind, it gets a little squirrely on the downwind. And if you're not quite sure, you can go over. They look like they went over to weather.
I believe they did.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a challenge to get the boat up
Yeah.
and get her sailing again, but I'm sure they can do it.
Yep. And hopefully one of those boats out there is a coach that can tell them, oh, look, they got it up. Almost.
So we're watching it
Yeah.
on the screen just
Then
now.
we're watching now the one of the more recent sailors in the blue and yellow sail.
If we can go back to that shot where the boat went down and see what's happening out there.
They're up,
Yeah.
up, yeah. And they got it up when they kept it up. Good job. Very good job.
It feels like this breeze is freshening a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the longer you sit up here, the
Oh.
cooler it gets.
Maybe that's what it is. It may not be blowing any harder, but I am getting colder.
Yeah.
I feel for those
Up,
kids out
up,
there, especially if they
up,
don't have
up,
Oh, they're
upper
going to go
gear
over
on.
again, or is that it? Is that? Yep, they're going over again.
Up and
So the problem that they have is I think they have a little too much main sheet. And the sail is going too far out, and they're losing control. And maybe they don't have a vang on.
that's it.
So there's a way they can tie the sail down so it doesn't pop up, and I can see that theirs was popping up, and that makes it more likely for them to flip. I'll find out who that boat is, and for tomorrow we'll teach them how to do the system that stops that, or makes it less likely that they're going to go
Is
swimming
that the
again.
breeze coming from the back?
So, yeah, part of it is that they're,
Lucy, can we leave the shot there for a while so we can see exactly what's happening? Yeah?
yeah, there they are, they're over.
Okay. So what's going on now?
So they're on the other side of the boat, on the centerboard, trying to pull the boat up.
Okay, you can't touch them.
Yeah. No, and the skipper, the coaches can't touch them. As soon as they get touched by somebody else outside, they are no longer racing. So if they decide that they've had enough, they tell us, or they tell the coach, and the coach will say, okay, I'll help you now. But until the
They're back up again. That
Uh-huh.
looks like a young lady.
it's good. That's a young lady.
Good for her.
So I don't know is that Tyler Russell? Pardon me?
Still trying. It's Tyler Russell you're saying, so she's up and up.
I think that might be Tyler.
She's trying to get in.
Good. She's keep
Yeah.
going. It's good when they keep sailing.
Yep, she's doing a great job. When the breeze comes up like this, you don't want to let the boom out too far. Otherwise, the boat really becomes that much more squirrely.
When we say squirrely, it means it's more likely to flip.
Yes, she is.
And you feel like you're totally out of control.
With the breeze blowing up here, I'm feeling like I'm about to flip. But that is great getting back in the race. And the young lady. Twice she flipped over and got back in the race.
Right. I think when she finishes, they're going to start the lasers just after she gets across the finish line. She's almost there now.
Point is to finish. There she's going in. Good job. She comes through.
Good job. Yeah.
Yep.
Fantastic. Again, she's probably got about a less than 6 months sailing.
As a parent, you might be a little scared watching the kid boat flip over on the water. But she's all right. But like you say, you can't swim, you can't sail.
That's right. But also one of the things that the coaches teach them is how to ride boats. It's one of the first lessons. It's all about safety. And they all have to have their life jackets on. And for the Opties, we actually put the Optimus dinghy in the pool and capsize it there and have the kids go in and ride it. So they get used to what happens if if they do capsize when they're on the water.
Yeah, the first thing you don't want them to be is afraid when they flip. And, there's nothing to be afraid of when you flip. It's just get the boat back up. And knowing how to do it and not getting scared. But if you know how to do it, you're not
Number
scared.
one priority is not being scared.
Yeah.
That's what should happen.
And that's why they do the capsize drills in the pool.
So the laser class will be coming up next with their second series race here today, and then the Sunfish will be right back at it. And we've seen in the first race who won the first race, came back and won the second series race. With that tough competition just now in the first laser class, can we see some adjustment in the way people will finish?
May well do. I think that there was one of our top Opti sailors who was sailing in the first race. Incredible sailor, Finley McKinney Lambert. And Finley was 35th out of 260 some odd boats at the World Championships. And I'll also comment on Eliza, who's now moved into the laser class. She was the top girl at the North Americans. And these kids are really top level kids. And this next race for the lasers, you may see the same thing, very tight, and it may be that Norman doesn't take this one. It could be Josh or Eliza's right there. So it's going to be fun to watch.
What's coming up after this regatta for these young skippers? What's next on the agenda?
I'll let
Next
Lori
week.
handle that.
Next week we have the KPMG Youth Winter Championships. This is next 2nd and 3rd of March. So that'll be a format that's significantly different than this. We will have 3 circles, which is 3 race courses. The closest one will probably be the Green Fleet. And then we will have the Optimus Championship Fleet and then the Sunfish Laser, and they will be much longer courses. So all of the kids, well, the Green Fleet will probably be out for about 3 hours each day. But the Championship Fleet will probably be out 5 hours, as well as the Laser Sunfish. Probably about 5 hours on Saturday and 3.5 on Sunday.
They'll very likely be racing 7 races for the series, and they'll drop 1. So probably 4 races on the Saturday with 3 races on the Sunday, followed by a presentation, probably around 2:30.
With this being the junior nationals, and we have teams going away later on this year, how do you pick your national teams and who goes where and to which event?
So each sailboat fleet class is in charge of deciding what they're going to use as their qualifiers. So the Optimists have chosen the KPMG and another event for their qualifier. I think Robert could talk to you about the lasers.
Sure, the lasers, there are 2 qualifying events. One is KPMG, and the other is going to be their a junior national championship for the lasers.
So you could do one event, you could do a number of events, but the fleets have chosen this time, this is the way they want to do it. In the Sunfish at the moment, they don't have a Youth Worlds. So there are some events in sailing that anybody can go to, and some events that are limited numbers per country. So these events that they're using as qualifiers are for events that have a limited quota. There are many events that you can go to that you can take as many sailors as you want. So whether or not somebody goes from here might simply be a question of funding. With regard to the events that there are limited spots, there is the ability to get funding for kids that don't have the funding to do it. For the other events, it's a little harder. We got to find a way to raise the money for them.
Still waiting on the second series race in the laser class.
And I heard a horn, so I'm not sure if that's 1 minute to go, because I don't see a flag other than a yellow flag. And I think the yellow flag means they're going to do 3 times around instead of 2 times around.
Correct.
They make their race a little
the
longer.
first race in Optimus, they shortened their second race. Now in the laser, they're extending their second race.
And probably, I would say, for the Green Fleet, they might not actually have more than 1 race for them. It's a bit breezy for the Green Fleet, and they may be thinking that let's not push them. In the Opties, the Green Fleet, they can hit their head with the boom, and that ends in tears, and we really don't want to see any tears today.
I know you're still smiling. You heard that good news from Minister Clay Sweeting about the drawings and everything getting ready. Dunkley, you were not here about the drawings for the National School for Sailing. He said they will be coming out soon. So how important is it to get that school done and completed within the next year or 2?
Well, to me, it's critical. If we really want to, drive sailing into the school programs here, having a proper facility is very, very key. And I'm not sure exactly where this one's going to be, but where they're looking to locate it.
Did not indicate.
Yeah, we haven't been told that.
Okay. But Montague Bay, I think, is a perfect place for learning and training. Somewhere in this bay here, I think, would be absolutely fantastic. But as far as the facility goes, just imagine, we can have more of the kids come for training here from the other islands. If there's a bit of accommodation for it, it will really make things so much easier for the family island kids to come and train here in Nassau.
Yes,
absolutely. And, for the schools to have a venue that they can go to run their programs in conjunction with the Bahamas Sailing Association, the Bahamas National Sailing School, to me just makes good sense. I think the Bahamas National Sailing School and BSA have been very fortunate in that the Nassau Yacht Club has, allowed them to run their sailing programs out of that club. So I think it's about time, actually, where this country, the Bahamas have a national sailing school with its own venue.
On a year-to-year basis, how many new kids comes into your program and your program?
So the summer sailing camp probably brings in 40 new kids a year, of which 25 continue in the fall. This year we have partnered with the government and reached out to we started with the CV Bethel sailing team. They have 41 kids in their team. Unfortunately, only 6 know how to swim. So these are the challenges that we're facing. The kids need to know how to swim. And I think we've got another school that's lined up that's ready to come. And they have kids that can swim. So it's starting to become a question for us of manpower and equipment, because we only have about 15 Sunfish, and those are the boats for the high school kids to teach them how to sail. So we can really take 15 at a time, and then that's it, right? With the opties, we have probably 35 opties, so we could start, but the primary school kids are, almost none of them swim. So, and Robert can tell you about his school. Good.
Royal Nassau Sailing Club, very, very, very small. We only have, for our summer sailing camp, we had about 12 kids, of which 6 of those are still with us in our year-round program. And then for the others, on the, as far as the lasers go, we have 8, of which 4 are really from Life and Key. So altogether right now, we have about 15 to 18
Well, the laser
sailors.
class, just to interrupt you, the laser class, they are back on the water. Update?
They're just coming around the top mark.
Yeah.
Very close racing.
Right, one
Uh,
behind.
And that looks like one of the 2 girls in the racer at the moment. That's just come around, 6:09. Robert's got the score sheet. You got it, man. And 6:58. That's another girl. That looks like Sienna.
Yep, Santa 658.
6:09 is Eliza.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I would say that's Norman in the lead.
Yeah, that looks like Norman from
in,
here.
in the blue hull, or it could be Joshua.
So those are our top 2 sailors, Joshua and Norman, and they're really muscling those boats downwind.
Right. And I think sitting third right now is Eliza again.
Four, five, six, Joshua, 116. 7, 0. Okay, so Joshua's in the lead. That looks like Delano. Or is that Jerome? Not quite sure. And we're also looking at some of the sunfish who just started.
So the course is about to get crowded once again.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
The more the merrier.
Once again, the sunfish and the colorful sails.
And again, the yellow and white.
White.
Yeah, the yellow and white sunfish are Exuma. The navy blue and yellow are Harbor Island. And yes, you got Joshua Weish in first in the lasers,
I'm going to have to go.
and then Norman Cartwright in second, with a good lead ahead of Eliza Denning and Johannes Maritz. And Sienna Jones behind Johannes.
Thank Robert Dunkley for joining us here. He's going to try and get us some of those young skippers from the Optimus class. Laurie, crowded out there.
It's crowded out there. Isn't it fantastic?
I just love the colors on those sunfish. Look there, you can see it right there.
Uh-huh.
Love those colors. Better,
Everybody else, you got to figure out what they're sailing from, the color of their boat or the color of their outfits.
Yeah.
There's Johannes Maritz, who just took a tack.
no, there are lots of numbers on these sails right here. The laser. What does all those numbers represent?
So basically, that is how many lasers there are in the world. As a hull gets built, the hull gets given a hull number, and the hull number goes on the sail. So, for example, I'm looking at 194,609.
So who keeps an update on that?
The class and the manufacturers, or the manufacturer. So there's probably been 200,000 laser hulls built. The sunfish have a different numbering system. They generally have numbers by country. And the opties also have numbers by country. But so you see the U.S. sail number has 20,529. There's a U.S. sail on the beach. So there's at least, I think there's actually about 33,000 U.S. sailboats. Whereas our numbers are only, well, we have some numbers in the 500s, but that was when we started the class, before we understood the international requirements. We were assigning sail numbers by the hundreds to islands. So Nassau was 100, Grand Bahama was 500, Eleuthera was 300, Long Island was 200. But that has changed now because our sailors cannot compete internationally with those numbers.
Okay. You're not only getting a good view, but you're also getting a learning experience out here on these young sailors, their sloops, the numbers, the colors, the class.
Yeah. And it looks like some of the sunfish are getting intermixed with the lasers going upwind. And they can handle that. They've sailed them together. In the right conditions, a sunfish is as fast as a laser. So the difference is that the laser is a little bit more of a handful of a boat to sail, even if you're the same size. I sort of compare them to horses, and a laser's like a bucking bronco. When you flip, you're in the water before you blink. And the sunfish is a little bit like a stubborn mule. You know you're going over, it's happening, and nothing you can do about it. Just hang on for the ride. And here we go. We got Finley McKinney, Lambert. We're going to put a little headset on him. Let him do it. And we'll interview Finley. Race leader. Won both races, did you not? All right. Good job. Tell us about your race.
We're now joined by Finley McKinley Lambert, who won both races this morning in the Optimist. Tell us about it. How was it out there for you this morning?
It was very unstable, which made it quite difficult to choose where you were going to go and where to start. But I think with a lot of thinking and looking at the wind and understanding what it was doing, it wasn't super clear, but you could kind of see where you needed to go.
How would you describe the conditions in those two races out there on the water? The wind, the seas?
I would say that the first race was a little bit more stable, and there was more steady breeze and shifts, whereas on the second race, there was a bigger shift, and the course stayed the same, which made the course quite off to one side, which made it a little bit more difficult.
And you were able to get two under your sails today. How does it feel to have two races?
It feels very good because I don't know if I'm going to be doing so well in the E-Class. So I'm hoping that I can transfer my skills from Optimist into E-Class.
E-Class is the much bigger boats. You're getting set to go there probably in the next hour. How are you preparing for that?
I'm just preparing myself mentally and remembering what I did last time and trying to fix my mistakes that I made last time, because it's very different from traditional Optimist where every boat is the same.
Tell us, how did you get involved in sailing?
My family has always been involved in sailing, and I was just introduced to it at a very young age, and I was put into it, and then I just kept going.
What you love most about sailing?
I would say probably being out on the water. I just love being out on the water, and to me, the water is always something that you can count on. And out being on the ocean is, most of the time, it's very stable.
Relax and just be to yourself.
Exactly.
How has the year been for you? Any major competitions you've been to for folks who are watching on screen and want to know about you?
I have not done any big regattas this year. I have done one team racing regatta in the States where I won, with a team of 3 other Puerto Ricans. But that was my only big regatta for the year so far.
And the Puerto Ricans that were on the team, they were all girls, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So not all the teams were like that, right?
Yeah, most of them were just mostly boys.
Yeah.
So what do you see as a future in Sydney? You want to go to the Olympics? What do you see as a future in Sydney?
I would like to going to the Olympics would be very, very cool. And trying to find the right boat that suits me to go to the Olympics or do professional sailing. I think that's mainly what I'm focusing on right now, finding what I would like to do, because the Optimists can't do it when you get older.
So what's the race strategy to come back on Friday now on the Optimus? What is your strategy? You know they'll be coming back because you already won 2. They're going to try and beat you. How do you hold them off?
My plan is to have a good start and to make sure that I'm focusing not on them, but on the wind and making sure that I can keep myself focused. And from there, I think it'll just be me doing what I always do and just focusing and sailing fast.
Okay, thanks a lot and congratulations.
Congratulations.
Great, getting ready for the E-class. We wish you the best of luck in that as well.
Thank you very much.
All right, we go back to sailing out there, the later class out there on the water.
Yeah, the laser and the sunfish, yep. Thanks. Good job.
Any update, Laurie?
Well, I've been sitting up here talking with you too, so I will work. So we got sunfish and lasers out there. We have one sunfish having a little bit of a trouble from Grand Bahama, I think. But they're getting the boat underway now. They're all coming around through the gate. And the usual suspects are in the lead. I think you got Joshua and Norman duking it out on the far right. And I think they've let Eliza and Sienna come over on the other side to get away from them. Johannes Moritz looks like he stayed on the same tack following the 2 leaders. So let's see how the split worked out for the girls.
We can see a lot of folks from the tourists are just on the shore, just watching the races and just amazed at how these youngsters are really attacking these boats and using their agility, maneuvering, and they have their cameras out and pointing and saying, wow.
Yeah, it's great.
They are just on the shoreline watching.
And it looks like the first leader in the sunfish class might be one of the Exuma boats. That would be Tanaj or Joss. The 2 of them do really enjoy the heavy air. I think that might be Joss.
There they go, coming around.
Yeah, first one is around.
They're on the second lap here. The course was extended here in the second race.
Yeah, I think the lasers have been asked to sail 3 times around. I don't know if the sunfish were. I missed that particular flag.
How can you tell?
This was unusual, but the flags almost all have meanings. In this particular instance, they advised us at the skipper's meeting or the competitors' meeting this morning that if they wanted them to sail 3 laps, they would put a yellow flag up before the start, and we observed that yellow flag before the start of this race.
Laurie, I really appreciate you being here. Sailing is not an easy sport to call and to see from a distance, but I really appreciate you being here. You're giving me so much knowledge about 5-minute start, the flag, and all those stuff. Thank you so much.
Oh, I'm so happy to be here.
If
And
I was a little bit younger, I might have joined the National Junior.
absolutely,
Sailing school.
absolutely.
But that's
Hey,
it.
you're never too young, never too old. You know, you can still learn to sail.
Yeah. But
We don't start you in these boats. We start you in a little bit more sedate boat.
first I got to learn to swim.
Oh yeah, first you got to learn to swim. Oh, that's all on you, my friend. You can learn how to swim.
Nice overhead
You're
shot.
never too young, like I said.
Joe, never.
There we got Josh Knowles in the lead, and the Sunfish being chased down by, I'm not sure who that is, unfortunately. Might be a Grand Bahama boat, or might be a Nassau boat.
And these kids got to come back out here later on this evening for the opening ceremony, 6 o'clock. So we got to try and get as much races in as possible. I think that's why they're starting it, because this opening is set for 6 o'clock this evening. They'll be back out here tomorrow morning at 10, and then Saturday is the final day, where I want thousands and thousands to come on down and watch this spectacle of an event called the Durward Knowles Junior Sailing Nationals. It's going to be epic.
And it's great, you know, unlike most of our regattas, you can see these kids right off the beach. Normally they're so far away you can't even see what the kid is wearing. Today we got the gate mark or the leeward mark. You could throw a stone at the leeward mark from where we are on the beach.
That's what I like about the junior sailing. Like you say, you're getting a hands-on feeling. You can see exactly what they are doing right there, because you can see from the shore. Unlike with some of the big boats, they go way out there. You don't know what they're doing. You have to use your binoculars or have to watch the big screen. But you could go right there like those tourists were doing a few minutes ago, watch on the screen and see exactly what they're doing. And you can really appreciate it when you can see exactly how these kids are maneuvering in these boats. Good job. Here they come in.
You get a number, the second finisher was 2061. Gotta find that. I will get that in a minute. Before the next sailboat comes across the line, I will tell you who the second place. I think second place was Aiden Sumner.
Aiden won the first race.
Yes, that's true.
Aiden won the first race and he sailed for second, so he has 3 points.
And that looks like Norman Cartwright was first in the laser, followed immediately by Joshua Weish. In third place, Eliza Denning.
So the 3 boats that you and Dunkley said would finish 1, 2, 3 those.
It just pretty much did, yeah. And here we got Sienna Jones fighting. Not sure. Oh, and somebody missed the finish. I think. Yes. She missed the, they're not used to having a gate right there at the finish. And instead of going between the boat and the mark, she went the other way. And I believe that's Silas Monroe, who's just finished in the Sunfish, and Johannes Moritz, who's just finished in the Laser.
So the competition heading tomorrow will be stiff in the laser between Joshua and Aiden. McKinney Lambert has the competition right where he wants them in the Optimist. See what's happening in the Sunfish as they come in.
It looks like our Green Fleet are starting to launch.
And the Green Fleet.
The Green Fleet are all on the beach.
Describe that like the
So this
little
is
babies.
yeah, these are the kids in the Optimist class. Not all of them are babies, but you can tell that quite a few of them are very small. I think our youngest sailors here are 9 years old, and these are the beginners. So you could get a 15-year-old beginner in a small enough. Not often you get a 15-year-old small enough to sail the Optimist.
So how far will they go out?
So they will really make this course a lot smaller for them. These kids are going to struggle in this wind today. Hopefully we will have enough coach boats between them and the start line, because that's not a lot of water between the start line and the breakwater if they're running into difficulties.
One I can say with sailing, girls and boys sail together. It doesn't matter the age. Like in track and field, you'll have under 15, under 13, under 17. And that's what I may come out here not knowing that once you're in the age group, you sail. But sailing is to go on years of experience.
Yeah. And in some boats, you know, you have it's open, and so you have girl skippers, boy crews. Sometimes you have two girls in a boat, and in fact here we've got a couple of teams where one of the teams is two girls, and I think another team is two boys.
So McKinley explained that he sailed with 3 girls. How did that work?
He sailed what?
With 3 girls when he went to an international competition.
So he was probably sailing a boat that was a 4-man boat. You know, you can have, just like in the sloops, right? You got the E class, which is 2 or 3, all the way up to the A, which is 8 or 12. So in sailboat racing, there's everything from 1-man boat to 40 people on a boat. There aren't too many boats that sail with 40 people on it anymore. Maybe more like 12. But you know, in the old days of the America's Cup, they probably had 20 or 30 people on the deck just to pull the sails up because they had 5 or 6 sails on the boat. Now we got these high-tech boats that are foiling, and they're pulling people from rowing.
And what all classes do they have at the Olympics? Because the Olympics adds new events each year, pulls events each year. What all class of sailing is there at the Olympic level?
So there's about 7 classes in the current upcoming Olympics. You have kite boards, which is a male and female event, so they sail separately. You have windsurfers, again, male and female. You have the laser, which is again a male boat and a female boat. And in fact, the female boat is smaller. Well, the boat itself is not smaller, but the amount of sail you put on the boat is smaller, and the size of the mast is smaller, but the same hull. You have a 470, which is actually a mixed event, so 1 male, 1 female must be in the boat, and they don't care which one is driving. So you'll have some teams with a male driver and some teams with a female driver. They have the NACRA 17, same thing, mixed. And it doesn't matter who's helming. So in sailing, they have 3 different types of event. They have single-sex events. They have open events, which mean the team can be anything, or they have a mixed event, which usually means you have to have equal numbers of male and female. And in an open event, you can have 2 boys or 2 girls, or a boy and a girl.
So coming up next will be the
Green Fleet.
Green Fleet. That's the beginners.
These are the beginners.
Beginners to the laser. And the Sunfish, they have completed their 2 series races today. Also, the Optimus have completed their 2 series races. And then coming up later on this afternoon, we still have the E-Class to do. So lots of sailing still to do here at the Durward Knowles Junior Sailing Regatta here from the Monarchy Foreshore. We're going to take another break. Be right back. Don't you dare go anywhere. The young and future sailors are coming up next.
All right.
Listen to this. That's that guy from the Bahamas, DJ Sampler. Ooh, pretty good, Brian, pretty good. Makes me want to shake my tush. Hey, DJ Sampler, play some big tunes.
I feel like
for the wine. And we don't want no stress. Time to get down, gal. Cause you're the bad, bad, baddest. Back that bam bam. Get that body wet. Time to take off. Come right on my super jet. If you with one family, tell me to something so funny. Gal, it's your time to shine. Your time to shine. From there where you come from, which junk and no group you reppin'.
Are you serious?
Long time I been
Yeah, baby.
bring that shit. I want a gal, so bring it here to me. Bring that shit. I need a gal, so give me here to me. I won't feel that shit. Represent it here to me. Bring that shit. Yeah, just like that. I like it just like so. Oh gosh, I like it just like so. Oh gosh, I like it just like so. Oh gosh, I like it just like so. Yeah, you know I want your body. I still here like Netflix. You got me focused. You got my full attention. I want fixed up business. Shake it to the left, to the right. Oh yeah. Gal gone with your bad self. Yeah. Other gals on the street, but I can't see nobody else. The way you wind up your waist, you're breaking up the place. The way you wind and go down like you want to touch the ground. Gal, whatever you bring is okay with me. Rum in we head and we junkin'. Bring that shit. I want it, gal, so bring it here to me. Bring that shit. I need it, gal, so bring it here to me. Bring that shit. D-Mark, what up? Bring that shit.
Don't talk like that, man.
All I can tell y'all is that it's about to go down.
Hard time. Tell me when you balance for me. Move your waistline and balance for me. Tell me when you balance for me. Shake your booty and balance for me. Alright. Tell me when you balance for me. Move your waistline and balance for me. Tell me when you balance for me. Shake your booty and balance for me. I want hold it, girl. Never ever try control it, girl. Any signs, how you doing? Come over here and roll it, girl. I want hold it, girl. Never ever try control it, girl. Any signs, how you doing? Come over here and roll it, girl. Take my breath, stole it, girl. Find something, never stole it, girl. Funny knows there's something time. My girl, walk with you when you hold this, girl. Always walk with a freaky girl. Never ever had a kiki girl. And no racism, black or white. Have respect for bleaching girls. Careful of the bleaching girls. Love people think them teeth in girls. Give me this, give me that, give me this, give me that. We call them thingsy girls. Tell me when you balance for me. No, your waistline and balance for me. Alright then. Tell me when you balance for me. Shake your booty and balance for me. Tell me when you balance for me.
the 242 that actually has sailing as part of their curriculum. How did that come about?
Well, some years ago, Mr. Shelton Gibson, who was vice principal at the time, he saw a need to engage young persons in an actual sport that was actually on a decline. And they needed something to do. He said, okay, let's try train them how to sail. So it started with that idea. He got a group of young fellas and young ladies together. They actually went to Andres to cut down some Kamalmi wood. We actually started with the small Kamalmi boats. And then from there, we went on to building the actual E-class boat, Old Faithful, and rest is history.
Normally, if a student in school, they more be into basketball, track and field. How much interest do you have from the students in terms of boat building and sailing?
Well, there isn't an overwhelming interest, but there is an interest. Keep in mind, we are an archipelago. So sailing or travel by water is one of our means way of getting around. And so since sailing is a very interesting sport and persons like to be on the water, they actually gravitate to it a lot.
But are you from the island?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's why you're into. I know. How do you get Nassau City kids to be into sailing? Because they don't know much about sailing.
Well, believe it or not, a lot of people like the water. People love the water. They love activities done on or nearby the water. So they, once you pitch to them the idea of getting on the water, getting in the boat, scooting across the water in an actual boat powered by wind, it grabs their attention.
Are y'all building any boats right now at CV Bethel?
Right now, we're in the process of repairing Old Faithful. It's a little disrepair right now, so we're in the process of repairing that to put that back on the water. Hopefully, for next year, during regatta, that'll be completely finished and we can actually sail our boat again.
And how do you keep them in such an expensive sport, and how is it funded?
Well, it's funded by one, the ministry, and then private sponsors.
It's working out?
It's working out so far.
And how do you feel about the junior regatta being here? Do you have any students from CV Bethel participating this year?
Well, right now we have two students right from CV Bell participating in the junior regatta. They would have already participated in the Sunfish race, and then they're going to be participating in the E-class race as well. That's Rashona Brown and LaShawn.
Do you have more interest from girls or boys?
Actually, it's even. It's evenly matched. We have girls and boys.
Do you hope to see it go into other government schools?
Well, the plan is right now to try expand the program as much as possible to all the government schools. We're starting off with at least 11 of the government schools right now. That's split between junior and senior schools. And we're trying to get as much persons on the program, try sailing clubs in the different schools, and try to get everybody interested and out there. Because keep in mind, sailing is now the national sport. So you want to get or attract as much people as possible.
How did you get involved in the sport? I know Sheldon Gibson is from the island. How did you get involved in boat building and sailing?
Well, being from the island myself.
What island is that?
Eleuthera.
Eleuthera.
Yes, being from the island myself, I always had a love
Softball.
for the water. Yes, sir. Softball capital of the Bahamas.
Softball.
Being from the island myself, I always had a love for the water and an interest in actually getting on the water to sail. And then when Mr. Gibson approached me about it, I just jumped on board.
So you took over for Gibson?
Well, I assist. I didn't take over, but I assist.
So he still helps now and again?
Yes, sir. He's still present, still helps.
Diva and all them, he goes to all this regatta. This atmosphere has a nice atmosphere comparing to the best of the best. It's just basically the same. How much of a motivation is this for your young skippers coming out here seeing that they're getting the same royal treatment to help them go further?
Well, it shows them that one, there is an interest in what they're doing. They're not forgotten. So I believe it's a boost for their ego and their self-esteem.
All right, Taz Rowley is the advisor over there at CV Bethel. Thank you so much for joining us. The youngsters are on the water as we speak, and then the E-class sleuths will be competing in the regatta for the first time. Lots happening, lots to do lots to you to come on down and enjoy yourself in this great family fun-filled kids atmosphere. It's only for the kids? No, it's also for the adults. We'll be right back after this break.
This is the most highly anticipated event of the year. The best of D-Mac. Play it, Sampler.
Hey, yeah, that's right. Yours truly, DJ Sampler. This is the best of D-Mac. And I'm gonna have a good time tonight. I want you to join me for some nice, sweet Bahamian music. Oh, wherever you're listening, Facebook, YouTube. I want you to get ready to Marshall Roach.
Good afternoon and welcome back here to the Monarchy Foreshore. The Durward Knowles National Junior Sailing Championships in full swing with 3 more days of competition, 2 more to be exact. We are on day number 3. Coming up next will be the E-Class. We're proud to be joined by 2 young skippers from CV Bethel. Let them introduce themselves. Your name?
My name is Treshana Brown, and I'm the treasurer of CV Bethel Sailing Club.
My name is LaShawn Polimas, and I'm a sailor at TV Battle Sailing Club.
And you 2 just came off the water?
Yes, sir.
What did you sail? What division class you sailed in?
I sailed in Sunfish.
So how was it?
I sailed Sunfish for like 3-4 months, so I feel at home.
And I think I asked everyone, how did you get involved in sailing? You tell me you're 2 Nassau kids. How did you get involved in sailing? Not track, basketball, soccer, softball, something.
I joined sailing club in grade 10. And at that time, since COVID was in full swing, sailing club at CV wasn't doing anything. So they actually introduced me to the Nassau Yacht Club, and that's where I started.
What do you enjoy most about sailing and being out there in the water and being around boats?
I enjoy the waves crashing against the boat and the wind in my face.
So how long you say you've been sailing?
3-4 months.
3-4 months, and you're ready in the junior regatta sailing with the big kids?
Yes, sir.
And you're holding your own. Is this something you wanted to do? Or?
Yes, sir.
And how much of a fun is it sailing with other people from your school? And beating them?
I find it fun.
Okay. How was it out there for you today?
It was good. Kind of rough, but being new to it, I started to get it.
And you 3-4 months as well?
No, sir. 1 week and 2 days.
What? You've only been sailing 1 week and 2 days?
Yes, sir.
Oh, no. What was the hardest part about catching on? What was easy for you?
Learning the course. That's what the hardest thing for me. But other than that, I had enough practice.
Before that, have you ever sailed before?
No, sir.
So you just jumped into that boat and in a week and a half ago and just sailed?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that is really amazing. And you're sailing with some youngsters who've been sailing 8 and 9
Yeah,
years.
yes,
How
sir.
do you compare it already?
I see they beating upon me, but after a while, I could get it down park and I'll start to do the beating.
If I was a coach in your school, I'd say, you were tall enough, let's go play basketball. Why did you want to do sailing?
Well, I'm a multi-sport athlete, so I already do that. And when I joined the sailing club, due to COVID, I went to the island of Auckland. So sailing kind of reminded me of the island, so I jumped into that.
And what do you see your future in the sport?
Well, pursuing a career as a professional athlete, I see me sailing and representing the Bahamas.
What about you?
I'm not sure.
If you was sailing, what else would you be doing?
Probably swim.
Swimming?
Yes, sir.
It's interesting. Three to 4 months and just 1 week of sailing, and they're already out here to the regatta. It's an amazing story, and coming from a school like CV Bethel, how many kids are in the club?
We have 42 members.
Wow, a lot.
Yes, sir. But we practice safety first, so swimming would be the main priority.
Did you beat him?
I don't think so. I don't think.
You didn't beat him? He only had 1 week of training. You had 4 months. Did you beat him?
Somewhat.
She beat you
Well,
today?
he was on the same team, but she just was a guide to assist me to do what I think I should have done today.
So it's so great to have you guys up here and talking about sailing. And I'm still in shock that you're only a week and a half. What made you say, let me compete in this even though I only have a week under my belt?
Well, I was scared to even be a part of the race this morning. But when I talked to the persons in charge, they said the most thing which was important was having fun. So I think that encouraged me to go and sail today.
Did you realize anything different going on there? You relax, you were able to talk to yourself, enjoy the
No,
cruise.
sir. It's all fun, so it's natural.
I know you're scared to tell me you beat him. You can beat him again tomorrow, right?
Yeah, Chan could beat me.
Or you can teach. So you have to come to her to learn some stuff.
Yes, sir.
But did you teach him today? That,
He, oh gosh, he doesn't know how to skipper properly.
I don't know how to skipper. Neither one is skipper.
Steering the boat.
Uh-huh.
So he has to learn that.
And how long did it take you to really master the sailing and what you do?
I haven't really mastered it fully yet. I can't sail by myself. So me skippering the boat took like at least like 2 months.
And what else do you feel you need to learn to get up there with the rest?
Probably holding the main sheet and steering the boat at the same time.
Well, congratulations and best of luck. You guys, I'm so proud of you. 1.5 week, 3 months, and already making a mark here in the sport. And hopefully tomorrow I have my goggles and my
sir, bring your
binoculars and
binoculars.
everything,
Yes,
and make sure that she wins tomorrow again. And
Watch
then
out
when
for
you-
number
and then when you go back to school on Tuesday after midterm, she'll be bragging.
No, sir. I'll be bragging.
And then she'll be called upon the assembly. She won. Well, thanks a lot and congratulations and the best of luck tomorrow, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, coming up later on this afternoon, it is the E-Class, and earlier this morning we heard about the British High Commissioner donating an E-Class boat to the National Sailing School, and we had a chance to speak with one of the country's top boat builders, Mark Knowles, on how that came about. How pleased were you when you were informed that the British High Commissioner?
A few more boat builders in the Bahamas, but they choose me to do the work, so yeah.
Talk about what went into building this boat and how long did it take?
Well, altogether it took me about 3 weeks, but I was busy doing other things at the same time. But when I started the first week, I framed out, put the ribs in the plankton, then I stopped, then I came back, put the deck on, then I came did the Mike Brown work. So altogether it take like 3 weeks to complete the whole boat.
All your boats you build, you say this one is going to be the fastest.
Yeah, well, I guess the records show all the boats I built fast. But like I said, this is the first boat I built. Well, it's the second one I built this size. From the first boat I built in 1975 was E-Class. And then I built a second E for my nephew, Collins on in Long Island. So Christmas, she ain't finished yet, but she'll be ready for Georgetown. And then this one here. But you know, majority I built C, B, and A, the bigger ones.
Hoping that the E-Class now will take advantage of this and start to come out in more boats?
Yeah, I need to come up on that. What they need to do now is they had E-Class money for the children. But now since grown up sailing them, if I build one of these now, they only allow a 20-foot mast. If I build one for me, I put in a 25-foot mast and 16, 17-foot boom. The race.
Give us some specs of this one. This one.
Yeah, well, E-Class is 12-foot, 2.5. We've got to be under 12-foot 3. And the width could be any. So you build it wide as you want. And the depth could be whatever you feel like. Only you have to be is under 12-foot 3, the length. The width and the depth don't make no difference.
It took you 3 weeks to build this?
Yep, 3 weeks in total.
Well, there you can see the youngsters there on the water now joining me here up at the Montague Foreshore. They are young, but they could be considered the veteran of the sport. I remember when you were a young boy, like 6, 7, now you're a big 17-year-old. I remember when you were just walking around just wanting to be with the big boys. Welcome to the broadcast. Let people know who you are.
I'm Norman Cartwright.
Josh Ruiz.
And those were the two guys just now in that laser division, just putting it back and forth. How was it out there for you?
It was really tricky. Josh put up a good fight, and I managed to pull out in ahead.
You all two were back and forth there. One got this race, the one got this race, and then we saw some strategy being used as well.
Yeah, strategy really plays a big part of the sport. Honestly, if you don't have a good strategy, then you won't be able to perform.
But this is your good friend, your good sailing buddy, but you want to beat him out there, right?
Oh, of course, yeah. Yeah.
How was it?
Oh, it was good. It was racing. The wind is from the land, so it's a bit tricky, but it wasn't bad.
Now, how do you adjust now as you go into the two races tomorrow?
We're looking good. Looking forward to them for sure. I think the breeze is supposed to be off the land again, so we may have some more tricky racing, but should be good.
How do you set your sail according to the wind?
It really depends on when I get out there, and I adjust it throughout the race to adjust in the conditions, be faster and better than my competitors.
And you like how this, talk about the junior regatta being here in Nassau, you like that?
Yeah, it's really close to home. The last time we had something like this was Bahamas Games last summer. And I feel like it's really good because it mixes the older people with the younger generation. We're letting them learn about sailing all around it within the country.
You like the travel, so you would have rather it on the Bryland or one of those, right?
Yeah.
What's ahead after this regatta for you and for you?
Next weekend we have the KPMG Regatta, which I feel like we both hope to really do well in because it's a qualifier for our Youth Worlds Championship that we really both hope to go to.
What about you, Josh?
Oh yeah, like Norman was saying, KPMG coming up next weekend. It's a qualifier, that and Laser Junior Nationals. So those two regattas are really important when it comes to who goes to the World Championship.
Now you guys normally be out there to the best of the best, which is held in December. How do you feel about this atmosphere? It reminds you the best of the best?
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely.
This one feel better though.
Yeah.
Because you get to compete and you ain't got to worry about the big boys. Talk about it, about having the same atmosphere. How much of an inspiration is it for you?
I mean, best of the best really is, like, it's just the older people, you get to watch them go out and perform on all their different boats and compete against each other. Really just get an insight as to what they do throughout their lives.
Well, what about, how do you feel about competing here?
Honestly, I mean, compared to the best of the best regatta, it feels alike, but not as sloop oriented, more international sailing in this one. So, but yeah.
I'd like to thank you guys. Had a good chance, good view watching you two compete out there, and looking forward to you competing again tomorrow. We're going to take another quick break here from the Montague Foreshore. We're going to bring two more youngsters in, and then we're going to wrap things in.
Saturday stress. Even Sunday
Back here at the Monarchy Foreshore, Charles Fisher, along with other two young skippers. Introduce yourself.
I am Chase Thompson.
And how old are you?
I'm 13 years old.
And what class did you sail in?
I just came from sailing the championship of Decot class.
And what about you?
My name is Eddie Gibson. I'm 16 years old. I'm sailing the E class.
Where you from?
Grand Bahama.
Grand Bahama.
Grand Bahama, second city. No. How was it?
It was good.
How long have you been sailing?
About 8 years.
8 years? How old are you?
13.
You've been sailing for more than half your life.
Yes,
And what do you like most about sailing?
Probably just the excitement I get out of it, being on the water and just being around the water and on it. It just brings you a peace of mind out there.
And how do you feel to be here in New Providence sailing in these type of conditions?
It feels good. This is the type of conditions people dream to come and sail in, so I guess it's good.
Well, what about you? How did you do out there today?
Well, I haven't sailed yet because the E class is about to go up next. And I've been sailing for 5 years.
Okay, so he's been sailing longer than you.
That's all.
And what did he teach you? What did
He didn't teach me nothing, I teach him.
How you could, if you would have been sailing for 5, you'd been sailing for 8.
I learned more than him.
You learn quicker than him.
That's all.
Okay. And how do you hope to perform in the E class?
This is my first time sailing the E class. I hope to put out my best, do my best, and maybe I can come top 3.
But what do you enjoy most about sailing?
Well, I enjoy being on the water because I love being around water and just being able to like race and sportsmanship, most likely.
And you're happy to be here in Nassau this weekend to compete among the best of the best?
Yes, sir.
What about you? Do you have a future in sailing? What do you want to be when you grow up?
When I grow up, I want to be a marine pilot, so I'm looking...
That's why you have my headset looking like you already in the cockpit.
Yes. So I'm looking to get into a scholarship from the University of Central Florida. I see they have a sailing program there, so hopefully if I keep this up, I can get in there and get my degree.
Well, you're really thinking far ahead. What about you?
Me, physiotherapist. Working on a school in Howard, Washington, D.C. Yeah, working on getting my degree, going for a swimming scholarship.
Oh, you swim as well?
That's all.
Okay, so you're going to be competing in the Carifta Games?
That's all.
Okay, congratulations. Hoping you're the best. You're going to be competing in front of thousands and thousands of persons right here at the Betty Kenning National Aquatic Center. That is coming up in another 3 weeks. We're wishing you the best.
Yes.
But I'd like to thank you guys. So how are you going to adjust for tomorrow?
I'm going to learn from my mistakes, watch a lot of videos, and see what I did wrong so I can adjust.
Oh, and how do you're getting ready to come up? Who your competition is going to be?
I have no idea, but I know people older than me.
Old doesn't mean anything. It's all up here.
Yes, sir.
It's all up here and how you go there. Well, the best of luck for you today in the E class, which will be coming up in another half hour, and best of luck to you tomorrow as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, the E class will be coming up, so lots to do here at the Monarchy Foreshore, the Durward Knowles Junior Sailing Championships. We will be exiting right now because we have a busy day. The Hugh Campbell Basketball Championship coming up later on this evening, 9 o'clock, right here on the Zednet Television Network.
what you do to me. I'm in the mood and I'm feeling good. Oh, look what you do. It's on my face, wrap me round the waist, running. Oh, look what you do to me. I'm getting seen when I hear your name. Oh, look what you do. Give it to me now. One more time. Oh, yeah. Sing, Ronnie.
I thought the time had come and gone for me to feel this way. It's hard for me to understand. I'm happy every day. I've been waiting for a long, long time. You must believe it's true. It's good to be here by your side to dance along with you.
Aha! Oh, yeah! This will bring back some memories. Yes, I remember the place where I was born, where things were peaceful, remote and blissful, where people were
come to you, you gave me food, clothes, and protection too. You said don't worry about a thing, just show your loyalty. It's the comfort that you'll bring. When I look around, I got papers and passport working on my visa. A song gon' be straight. Boss lady tell me send for family. She can clean the house and I am the clothes for me. Confidential, it's a confidential thing. This man is serious. We don't know what it will bring. Confidential, we must regulate this thing. Confidential, we don't know what it will bring. Modern patient in our go. Make so much fun for help and Ryland. Now for the captain, come wake the road, come and roll. Now for the listen to
Oh man, come back home to me. Don't stay by your family. Can't stand this torment and misery. It's out to my life, it's so hard, night and day outside. Sandra, honey, but I miss you by. Sandra, where are you tonight? I wonder. Sandra, absence make my heart go small. Sandra, oh, don't leave me no longer to suffer.
I went to the dance the other night. Everybody looks sad. I said over and over and over again. This dance is gonna be a drag. I said over and over and over again. This dance is gonna be a drag. Don't play that song for me. It brings back memories.
Yeah, you see, this the boy Denise, the Rake and Scrape General, your party animal, your celebrity chef. And I am here representing for my boy, the one and only DJ Future. Yeah, you see, Rake and Scrape or nothing, keeping Bohemian music alive, taking Rake and Scrape to the world. DJ Future, use the party on.
Girl, if I don't ever see you no more, I swear to God it'll be too soon. Great God, too soon. Oh, I gone to City Meat Market just to buy one bread. I knew that Sandman was spooky, this woman keep tucking her head. I sneak round the car lawn just to peep inside. Great God, when I opened my eye, this man was in your pie. Oh, give me my shirt. Oh, give me all my clothes in the room. Girl, if I don't ever see your black on your face no more, I swear to God it'll be too soon. Oh, give me my shirt, mama, give me my shoes over there. Lord, give me my shirt. Oh, give me all my clothes in there. Girl, if I don't ever, never, girl, if I don't ever see you no more, Lord, I swear to God it'll be too soon. Great God, too soon. You said you're gone to prayer meeting just to praise the Lord. I knew he wasn't no deacon, so I tell George to follow y'all. Y'all drive down the road, then y'all park the car. Great God, when George woke up, all he heard is sticking to la 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 la.
Going to Can Island.
And Uncle Michael wrote again, lick nobody, don't lick nobody, don't lick nobody, don't lick nobody, don't lick nobody. Bold progress up in soldier clothes, went to the river just to shoot some crows. Crows pile up high and they all fly away, Lord. Bullfrog get vexed and he cry all day. Bullfrog dressed up in soldier clothes, went to the river just to shoot some crows. Crows smell fire and they all fly away, Lord. Bullfrog get vexed and he cry all day. Do an Annie, do an Annie, do an Annie, how you do? Yeah, do an Annie, do an Annie, do an Annie, do an Annie, how you do? Everybody's out there on the dock, doing what we call Bahama rock. Thought I was in love before, until you move in next door. Pretty blue eyes, I love you. Pretty blue eyes. All the guys in the neighborhood say, darling, that you sure look good with your blue eyes. I love you. Pretty blue eyes. All right, here we go now. When I was a little boy running around the yard, I used to hear the older men talking by the bar. They talk about the things they did when they were young and strong, and how things are better now than it was before. I didn't understand what they meant back then. I'm a little older now. I think I comprehend when they say age ain't nothing but a number. You're just as old as you feel. You're DJ Future, even though I move this slow. Everything I do is twice as sweet, just like wine. I get better all the time. I get better champagne. I get better my name. I get better caviar. I get better from afar. I get better candy. I get better brandy. I get better.
You're mine completely. You give your love so sweetly. Tonight, the light of love is in your eyes. But will you love me tomorrow?
I saw you with your boyfriend just the other night. He had you snatched up, y'all really tight. I'm not the kind of fella who like OPP, but I must admit, y'all, I feel the jealousy. Every time I see ya, I pick a golden rule. I had that crush on you, y'all, from we was in high school. But homeboy beat me to the beat because I never told ya. Now he plan to take you down the aisle to have a hold ya. But oh, y'all, if I had you, the things that we could do. Y'all, if I had you, all the things that we could do. If loving you is wrong, I don't wanna be right. I'll be doing wrong the rest of my life. I'll be doing wrong the rest of my Just like the boogeyman, just hide your home. That's how the stroke man does come when she all alone. When you leave your house, he's sneaking like a rat, knocking over all your things and tickling your cat. When you get back home, ain't no way to tell. He even ain't leave a clue, no trace, no smell. Now your woman acting different, he done ring she bell. She's smiling from ear to ear, contented as well. When you ain't handling your home, stroke and kicking on you. When you leave your woman alone, stroke and kicking on you. See, she might have her ways, and that is true, but when you don't pay her no attention, stroke and kicking on you. Come on! Ah, yeah!
All up in my bricks and more. Deep in it. I hope you can handle it. I met this street potter. He was all in my face.
She got that junkin' on. She got that junkin' on. She got that junkin' on. She got that junkin' on.
I'm Ronnie Butler. I don't know about you. I believe we can get it no better, whether it's good or bad weather. DJ Sample, and lay it on down for you. Hi, I'm Ronnie Butler. And look, I just love listening to DJ Sample.
Yeah, that's right. It's yours truly, DJ Sample, and it's all about Big B and the boys. And I gotta ask a question.
Is this a party or what? This the big bad, sir. Take it out. Oh, yeah. Let's do it, y'all. Tonight the mood is right. Y'all them look so nice. Keep on playing this sweet old music. Say that people can't refuse it.
Big shows here.
Outside in the open.
My whole soda and this family.
Holding my baby, oh so near.
We got this kitchen.
In her hand. And one arm around the waist.
Let them know what kind of party we have.
Party in the backyard. Oh yeah. Party all night long. We gonna break and scrape until the morning come. We gonna party till the break of dawn. Yes, man. Party, party.
Big shout to the whole crew. G-Rock Launch and Bob. Airport crew custom.
This girl named Nikki.
What she do? What she do?
Say she dancing here with me. Been after her so long. Gonna keep her close to me. Because this dance floor is packed.
TT Royal.
People dancing back to back.
Alec Bats, pick up yourself, Bobo Jeff.
To this sweet and old sound.
Oh, Bluff Crew.
Everybody
Drinks in Congo Town. Let them know.
Party in the backyard. Party all night long. Break and scrape until the morning come. We gonna party till the break of dawn. Tell me. Your boom pineapple wine is all up me all the time. Your boom pineapple wine is all up me all the time. Turn round and let me see you. Turn round and let me see your boom pineapple wine is all up 50 all the time. Turn round and let me see you. Turn round and let
We're inside the BM Music Mix right now. Let's go. Roll it, roll it. It's really easy.
turn round and let me see you.
Yes. Triple A Restaurant and Bar. Hope you're having a good time. All right. Abolitious. Okay, I'm Spray family. Drinks here, Congo Town. All my just ladies, let's roll it.
Turn round and let me see. Turn round.
You got a big GA. Let's bring it back and roll it right now.
Turn round and let me see. Turn round and let me see. A boom pineapple wine. You don't look 50 all the time.
Hey, let me tell you how it's going on, Andrews. Hold on.
Put on my bread.
Let me tell you something. I ain't no boy, I'm a clue someday, Lord.
This is Big B and the boys live in the mix.
Watching it up. I telling you.
Put on my bread.
Woman, man, it's got me too.
Put on my bread.
What did I do to you?
Put on my bread.
Did you treat me like this?
Put
on my bread.
That's Sweet B and music right now.
Find me.
Put on my bread.
What the hell I do to you?
Put on my bread.
What? Don't cheat on me.
Put on my bread.
Ooh, baby, ooh.
Put on my bread.
Say Saturday, Sunday. I work double time.
And they're feeling nice right now.
When I get home, take the way I left behind.
Oh, something funny.
When I walk through the door, things are all out of place. My bedroom all heat up. My woman got a smile on her face.
I want to read that chicken.
My baby said chicken gone from out of the pot. Man, it's only good me one thing.
What that mean?
Someone eating in my spot. Man, I'm telling you.
Put on my bread.
Woman, man, it's got me true.
Put on my bread.
What did I do to you?
Put on my bread.
Wicked spectacle. Woo! Bohemian culture.
That's a wife.
Every English crowd best with the sound contest. Out of all the island people, them who can dance the best. Now you know I forgot. I just need something fat, something built like a truck, something that I could rub. People came from Hatchet Day.
They came from the bluff.
They came from Cooperstown, some gals from the bluff. We ain't dancing no bogle, no dirty wine and such. Just some behavior.
I know my Andrews girl know how to do it on belly up right now. Shut up and baby girl, whine it, whine it, whine it.
Belly up contest. Put your back down on the ground, lift your waist and whine it round. Belly up contest. Watch out your knees, them bending back when they give you the belly up. Come on. Woo. Let's go, man. Whine it. Belly up time. Red and straight. Let's go. The club was packed. They had a 3-piece band. My homeboy was sweating, Bacardi in his hand. Bohemian culture bad, I must confess, cause nothing more has turned me on like a belly up contest. Now I was whining hard, trying my best to pimp the girls, holding down their leg on my chest. The big girl grabbed my bottom, Lord now I stuck. She giving me, she whining scared, she killing me with belly up. Belly up contest.
Yes.
They'll make their body bend and stretch.
All my Andrews ladies, y'all pick up yourself right now.
Belly up contest. Watch out your knees, them bend.
Now some of them guys don't know what are.
Belly up.
In case I never tell you, ladies, listen. Oh, you gotta tell them. Congo Town crew, Trixie. Oh, look, Jamsbay, Bossbay, listen.
Gal is a boss and hard. Cause me get
Baby music, Sweden. Oh, they got me skipping. C-Rock Launch and Bar. Oh,
cause me get your bars hard. You cause me get bars. Cause me get your bars hard. Cause me get your bars hard. You cause me get bars. You cause me get you call me 3 o'clock. You call me 4. As I come to the back, you knock on front door. As I call me 3 o'clock, you call me 4.
When I'm out with my wife, I don't know you. So stop looking at me like you wanna. When I'm out with my wife, I don't know you. So stop looking at me like you wanna. Girl, you some bars hard, cause me get, cause me get your bars hard. You cause me get, you cause me get your bars hard. Cause me get your
Hey, check the bar right now. Let's go.
Here's a little starlight boat going to the island on the people. It's a little island bar, and they play dominoes, sports and down.
Big B and the boys in the mix.
We'll find them there.
What they doing? Sea Rock Launch Crew. Oh, pull up. Airborne Crew. Customs Crew. Big Abby's Kitchen Crew. Oh, Lord.
Here's a little starlight boat going to the island on the people. It's a little island bar, and they play dominoes, sports and down. Every weekend you'll find them there, till pool and drinking there, singing again.
Congo Town Crew. Drink Seal Crew, Bluff Crew, Camps Bay Crew. Oh, Mars Bay Crew.
Jumping, dancing, having fun and dancing through the busted drum. Break and scrape and jump and move. Out on the beach, on the condom move. If you're feeling me, put your arms in the air. Hands in the air. Sexy girls in them bikini, polka dots and teeny weeny, looking sweet and looking rosy, like a nice bright summer lily. If you're feeling me, put your hands in the air. Hands in the air. With my arms around her waist and with her hair on my shoulder. Oh, my lovely island woman, talking back just like a lobster. If you're feeling me, put your hands in the air.
Hey, Record Scrape time right now. Let's go.
Feel it in your heart and soul and let the rhythm take control and break and scrape and jump and move. Out on the dock, they just want to move. If you're feeling me, put your hands in the air.
I want someone to start marching the roads right now. Let's go.
We jamming, having a party. We jamming, break it, big party. We jamming, hands in the air. We jamming, keep them up there. 'Cause we jamming, man, we jamming, underneath the coconut tree, break it, baby, with my baby. Every morning.
Triple A Restaurant, family big up yourselves.
Drinking cola.
PT Royals.
If you're not feeling me,
Big Abby's Kitchen. Oh, y'all ready? All right, Marshall Roach. Oh,
having a party, jamming, drink this big party,
we jamming.
I say we jamming,
Pull up Record Scrape music right now. Watch it.
we jamming,
Record Scrape.
we jamming,
Ilanto.
we jamming.
Oh, Andrews Crew. Let them know.
We jamming, 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 we jamming. I say we jamming.
All day I baby.
We
want you to sing this one.
Play dominoes, drink liquor, and make noise. Now some will say, man, you gotta be the king of your house. So make up your mind if you're gonna be man or mouse. The bartender shout across the room, if sample are there.
That's what I say.
Sample any boy to tell him I ain't here.
I just listen to that one.
And she said, tell DJ Sampler, he better come on now.
That's why.
Oh, these little children he got, they grind for their pop. 'Cause he wouldn't like it if I had to come to that bar. So tell DJ Sampler, he better come on now.
That's a wife.
DJ Sampler, he better come to this phone right now, 'cause he wouldn't like me to come down to that bar.
Yeah, boy. DJ Sampler time.
Break and scrape, let's go.
Music, man. Watch out, this DJ Sampler time up in here. Watch out, this party starter time up in here.
Break and scrape style. Me and the boys, we live.
Take it and don't be no fool.
I go by the name of DJ
Sampler, let's go. You'll never see a dog barking at a parked car. You'll never see him barking if the car ain't moving. You'll always see DJ Sampler busting music everywhere. If it's homecoming or regatta, you know he's the party starter up in here. Because dog don't back a parker. No way. It's Sampler time. It's DJ Sampler time. Only time the party hits is when Sampler them start playing. Hey, I say, dog don't back a parker. No way. Don't mind them DJ Sampler. Don't mind them. The only time he can start back in when the cars start moving. That's true what people do, you know.
Tell them one more thing.
I know you're trying to figure out exactly what I mean.
That's what the bad mind people.
My friend, listen carefully. I can let Sampler explain. See, everything is cool when you're going along with the groove. Yeah, but when you say dog, everything cool.
Gabby's
But
Kitchen.
when you're trying to make a movie, when you got
Triple A Restaurant and Bar.
Why people don't want to see you do good stuff?
Let them know something like this right now.
Dog don't back a parker. No way. Yeah, they get rich and switch. The only time they can start back in when the cars start moving.
No, mama, we ain't gonna rake and scrape. We can clean the house just like Tuesday. Is that right? Yeah, that's right.
Hey, so now just right now. Hey.
Mama don't like no rigging and scraping in here. Mama don't like no rigging and scraping in here. Hey, we don't care, but Mama don't like no rigging and scraping anyhow. Mama don't like no rigging and scraping in here. Now Mama don't know that we are up. I ain't talking about the race of rake and scrape that's pumping through our veins. We can rate that we go out, we gonna rake and scrape beside the stuff. Yeah, the neighbors scream and shout. As soon as Mama got in the door, turn around and she said, no rigging and scraping on be-back after 4. Rock on the walls, they after 9. Say, fellas, all we got is time of knowing what Mama had in mind.
Oh, nice and scrape. Rake and scrape music, y'all.
No rigging and scraping in here. Oh, Mama don't want no rigging and scraping in here. We don't care what Mama don't like, no rigging and scraping anyhow. Mama don't like no rigging and scraping in here.
So now just who I see you.
Mama walk around the block, we thinking she's on the bus stop, listening hard from the neighbor's yard. Just as we start to hit a lip, she busts like, didn't think you sick, one back and stop across my lip. Oh,
DT Royal.
Mama say, boys,
Abolition.
so far you never sung and tight. Let me show you dance from way back in the day.
Hey, custom school, let's go.
When Mama started kill the road clean, the fellas thought she was preaching out. Pick that rhythm, nasty dog, boy.
Oh. vibes right now. Big B and the boys in the mix. The him in style. Yeah, da, da, da. Oh, yeah, da, da, da. Yeah, da, 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 da. Da, 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 do, da, 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 do. Di, 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 da, di, da, di, da, da, da. Oh, let me tell you what going on last night.
Last night, you go to a party, come back with a hickey. You say mosquito do that.
Big B and the boys.
Conchita, that ain't no mosquito.
DJ Sam, the live in the mix. There's no job. Do it nice, no fuss, no fight.
Sing right. Oh. That ain't no mosquito bite. Something just ain't right. Why you acting so uptight? Baby, I've been loving you so long, loving you so strong. Now I'm wondering if someone has been in the bookie down, plucking on my guitar and bought the G-string. Something just ain't right. Why you acting so uptight? Something just ain't right. That ain't no mosquito bite. That ain't no mosquito bite. She gone out to a party last night. She come back with a big kick.
Don't forget, check the ball.
She said mosquito.
Something nice and cold, man.
Frankly, my dear.
Oh, ladies, you gotta explain that one. Oh, y'all trick me.
Just ain't right. That ain't no mosquito bite. That ain't no mosquito bite. Something just ain't
you can't trick me.
Why you acting so up?
Because if you got something on the neck, that simply means one thing.
Somebody got you. Somebody got you. Somebody got
that only can mean one thing.
Somebody got you. Somebody got
Andres.
Somebody got you.
Go on, Andres.
Somebody got you. Somebody got you. Somebody got your girlfriend on layaway. In the morning, in the night, almost every day. They would go down to the pawn shop so they can pay. That ain't right. Somebody tell him what I said. Woman is the best thing God ever did. And never tell them anything to get laid. Some may be weak, and some easy to fall in love. I don't blame her when you should have got your girl on reserve. Then you need to take care of your own. Don't blame your neighbor when you are never home. Take care of your business, who you try to impress. That's why you next get drunk and fuss and always have to cuss just because.
Somebody got your
girlfriend on layaway. In the morning, in the night, almost every
day. They in the music mix right now.
Go down to the pawn shop so they can pay. That ain't right. Somebody tell them what I said. Somebody got your girlfriend on layaway.
Big B and the boys.
In the morning, in the night, almost every day.
Big shout out to
Go down to the pawn
Bobby's Kitchen, yeah.
That ain't right.
Big shout out to C-Rock Launch and all the family. Triple A Restaurant.
Remember, there's a man watching by the door. Some are free, and some of them come with a cost. Single or married, separated, even divorced. I'll think back, yes, the Johnny was a blue. Buying her that job so he can take her home. The man, they can't stop. Ooh, look how they got clapped. You turn your back, you lose your catch, and now you want to match up.
Let them know.
Somebody got your girlfriend on layaway. In the morning, in the night, almost every day. They would go down to the pawn shop so they can pay. That ain't right. Somebody tell them what I said. Somebody got your girlfriend on layaway. In the morning, in the night, almost every day. They would go down to the pawn shop so they can pay. That ain't right. Somebody tell them what I said. Somebody got
yeah, boy. All type of pawn shop. Fellas got women on layaway these days, giving them this, promising that. All type of skullduggery. Look at this one over here sitting there, eyes red, face long. I tell you that. Can I tell you that?
Why you trust your woman with her friend?
Yo,
don't you know she really is a man? Now she don't call you no more. She went on a girl.
That one go on, bro.
Nothing like that you ain't like, and now you wanna fight just because.
Somebody got your
girlfriend on layaway. In the morning, in the night, almost every day. They would go down to the pawn shop so they can pay. That ain't right. Somebody tell them.
Hey, so down the screw.
Somebody got your girlfriend on.
There's only one thing thing to do. If your guy don't lay away, you must do this next song right away. You must. You must be the road boy. Break the script right now, be in the music. Hey, hey.
Go smoothly down by Sally Sue. Oh, just me and you. What we do? Comfort you. I kinda go smoothly down by Sally Sue. Oh, just me and you. What we do? Comfort you. I text this girl. She texts me back. She said she ready for some of that. I say what you talking about? You know. She started to shout. Well, let's go. I pick her up around 9 o'clock. Leave head down. Right and down. On a go smoothly down by Sally Sue. Oh, just me and you. What we do? Comfort you. I kinda go smoothly down by Sally Sue. Oh, just me and you. What we do? Comfort you. Look here, man. I think I'm on the beach. This one yard. Look, she come looking for me. Boy, was scared of me. Drawers, I see this flashlight coming down. 4:30 in the morning, man. Look here.
All right, let's go.
Same time, I almost get catch.
Check the ball.
My wife come looking for me with a face so vexed.
Yes.
She said, what you doing down by the beach? From 9 till 4:30. I was picking some margarine. Make us some ministry. On a boat smoothly down by Sally Sue. Oh, just me and you. What we do? Comfort you. I kinda go smoothly down by Sally Sue. Oh, just me and you.
Let me tell you something that y'all do your bad. You can't understand why. You see, some guys just get your hook. And these kind of guys, you know, all them say is get your hook. I got a question. We got any junglers in Andros? Any junglers in Andros? Question.
I thought the love that we had was true. I thought I couldn't live without you. But then I found you was a junglist, causing me all kind of stress. Yeah, I did everything a man could do. I bought you fancy clothes and diamonds too. But then I found you was a rambling rose. Girl, you better pack up your clothes. Girl, go do what you wanna do. I can't tell you who to suck it to. Spread your joy, girl, if that's your thing. But I ain't gonna be no fool. Just give me back my ring.
Big B and the boys in the mix. DJ Sampler, yeah. Hey, Bots, making himself tricks. Paul and old team. Hey.
You drive a lime green Maxima. One of the many things I bought for ya. But still you gone and scheme on me. Riding around the town with Stevie West.
C-Rock launch properly.
Stop with purple tights. Green and ring and bracelet.
Big Abbey's restaurant probably, yeah.
Rainbow weave with blue eyeshadow. Red belt and yellow stilettos. Y'all go do what you wanna do. I can't tell you who to suck it to. Spread your joy, God, if that's your thing. But I ain't gonna be no fool. I tired getting swing. Hey, come on, Mike. That's the wife.
Oh! So now this crew, I see you. This is Big B and the boys in the mix, DJ Sampler. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
From his sleep and slumbering, tried to look around and smile. Said I'm roses, don't have much time. Purification and the realization, mystery of the night. The outer continents of the west, water off the eyes. Better trees grow bigger in its mortar sun. Sometimes I often
and ocean freeway. Oh my heart, she makes, and ocean freeway. Oh yeah, no.
Yes. I want you, Master Roach. I want you to show me that crab dance right now.
The big party, and all the people celebrating, happy and so jolly, celebrating the big party. East, west, north, and south, they coming from all about. When the people working together, they joining hand in hand. Love, peace, and unity.
All my Andros people right now, sing the part. Hey, oh my Andros.
She makes, and ocean freeway. Oh my Andros. She makes.
I gotta play this one for all my crab catchers right now. Crab dance right now, someone. Walk out, right now. What's y'all even know? Heat.
My daddy's pushing on down with the crab. So hot, so deep. Say much crab, and I'm hard to reach. So fast over my hook in the deep. And you let the crab, baby, set me. Touch it to the left, touch it to the right. Look to the north and south. Right on the catch the crab boy, catch the crab boy, catch the crab boy, crab boy, catch the crab boy, catch the crab boy, catch the crab boy, crab boy.
Break the script right now.
Wash your clothes, wash your clothes, wash your clothes, till it close for me.
Look at the alarm box in the crowd, man.
Wash your clothes, wash your clothes, till it close for me.
Ready now.
Catch the crab boy, catch the crab boy, catch the crab boy, crab boy. Catch the crab boy, catch the crab boy, catch the crab boy, crab boy.
Oh, we having a good time nice and early right now, man. Check the bar, get something to drink. Nice sweet Bohemian music right now. Big B and the boys, DJ Sampler. I'm feeling good right now. How you feeling? I'm gonna take you back a little bit.
Yes, I remember the place where I was born, where things were peaceful, remote and blissful, where people were for small rewards. I remember, yes,
support crew.
What happened to the days? Those good old happy days. We need to bring them back. It's time to bridge the gap. Everything will be
All right, I want some ladies side winding right now.
fine. Let's go and turn this thing around.
Y'all ready for the wine?
Around.
Hey.
Around and around and around and around and around.
All right, ladies, side winding, winding. This one I'm so down, this ladies with a sexy body.
You're looking mighty sexy.
Oh.
The way you shake your boogie, yeah.
Some the bluff ladies.
You're screaming like a banshee.
Jumps me ladies. Oh.
I can hear you from way across town.
How's me ladies? I see you.
You're making me go crazy.
Oh.
The way you wind up boogie, yeah.
Drinks in. Come go down.
You're going and call me lazy. But you're feeling concentrate.
Every son on this girl, rolling, rolling, rolling.
You're whining. You're whining. You're whining. You're whining, yeah. You're whining. You're whining. You're whining. Yeah. Crazy. Bring it down. Come on. Oh, it feels good. Woo. You angry, then you angry. You're disappointed in my shade. You want me to go dancing. I don't know how much more I can take. You see, when you gonna get tired, it look like you don't wanna stop. But darling, I can't take it, no.
That's the vibe.
See, when your body starts to rock, girl, you're whining, you're whining, you're whining, woo. You're whining, yeah, you're whining, you're whining.
Yo, yo, bust it, bass track, love. Bust it, mother.
I gotta get off my chest and tell the ladies something like this.
Saw you with your boyfriend just the other night.
Oh.
Had to snatch up your really tight. Not the kind of fella who like OPP, but I must admit, girl, I feel the jealousy. Every time I see you, I get the golden rule. I had that passion to girl from was in high school, but homeboy beat me to the deal because I never told you. Now he contradict you, now he held to have
I must let her know.
Girl, if I had you, the things that we could do. Girl, if I had you, all the things that we could do. If loving you is wrong, I don't wanna be right. I'll be doing wrong the rest of my life. I'll be doing wrong the rest of my life. Oh, girl. Shoot, skip, shoot, skip, shoot, skip, shoot, skip, shoot.
Big B and the boys in the mix.
Shoot, skip, shoot,
DJ's out there doing it live. Hey, pick up the whole team, yeah? Ready?
Girl, I should be off the congratulations. But how can I do when my heart is aching? I wonder how it is to love you, my dear. I wonder how it is to run my fingers to your hair. Now I don't need to seem like a snake in the grass, but girl, you make me begin to leave and you pass. If we ever breaks your heart and make you cry, I will be right here to dry your weeping eyes. Oh, girl, if I had you, the things that we could do. Girl, if I had you, all the things that we could do. If loving you is wrong, I don't wanna be right. I'll be doing wrong the rest of my life.
Yeah, man, we rocking the hidden style. That nice waking scrape in a good room. Good old down room music. Hope you enjoying the vibe. Let's go. This is Big B and the boys. And I'm playing this one for my son and these ladies.
I'm in a state of ecstasy.
How we feeling?
I'm happy as can be. This must be the greatest thing in life, to have pride. All I know is I'm glad you're mine, and my feelings can't hide. I can't sit down, and I'm spinning round, honey. Oh, look what you do to me.
Sing it right now.
I'm in the mood, and I'm feeling good.
Tell them ladies.
Oh, look what you do. It's on my face, wrap me round the waist, Ronnie. Oh, look what you do to me.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm getting sick when I hear your name. Oh, look what you do. Give it to me now. One
That's
more
a
time.
Yo, yo, bust it, bass sampler, bust it, mother.
Sing, Ronnie.
I thought the time had come and gone for me to feel this way. It's hard for me to understand. I'm happy every day. I've been waiting for a long, long time. You must believe it's true. It's good to be here by your side, dance along with you.
All right.
Some people never would understand.
Gotta grab a partner right now. All the girl and pull on the dance floor.
All I know is I'm glad you're mine.
Aye.
And my feelings can't hide.
Tell her this.
I can't sit down and I'm turning around.
Oh, look what you do to me.
I'm in the mood and I'm feeling good.
Oh, look what you do. Oh, look what you do. Oh, look what you do.
Stop the world. Yo, yo, bust it, bass sampler, bust it, mother. That's a white.
Stop the world and let me on. Tired of going round and round. I'll play the game of love and lost. Stop the world and let me off. I'm tired of going round and round. I'll play the game of love and loss. You stop the world and let me off. My dreams crumble, don't you see? You no longer care for me. I miss the wonders of your kiss. Why did you leave me here like this?
Thanks for tuning in. History in the making. The first ever E-Class sloop race being sailed at the National Junior Regatta. So Durward Knowles National Junior Regatta, Charles Fisher, along with McPhee and Higgins. I don't even need to call me. You're so famous. You don't even need to call them on a first name basis. So guys, welcome to the broadcast. And we're in for exciting. For the first time, these youngsters are sailing E-Class in the Durward Knowles Junior Nationals.
Yes, it is, and we are certainly delighted to be here, along with Mr. Higgins, certainly one of our outstanding boat builder, sailor, teacher, just about every day.
All of the above.
All the above.
All right, and the guys are underway. We were talking off here. This is probably the first time some of these youngsters are sailing the E-Class sloops. How difficult is that?
Well, it's very difficult because although sailing is sailing in general, the way these boats begin their races, we start on anchor, and then of course we have to hoist the sails, and you have to coordinate all of that. So this is a new experience for quite a number of them, and you're seeing it even as they are sailing right now.
This certainly, though, brings to the existence of how important it is to train them. And if you really put them into a boat without prior practices, it is a difficult course. Most of the older skippers started sailing at a very early age, so they were a little more familiar with the regular bigger boats. Right. But now you're talking about young men and young ladies who are just jumping in a boat for the first time. And so it's going to be a little difficult, but they'll get used to it by the time the race is over.
I think it's there's a full fleet out there. You mind giving us who are out there on the water?
Oh yeah, we have 22 boats registered.
Oh, 22.
And we have One Bahamas, Riptide, Lady Kayla, Mako, Lady L, Miss Agnes, Judgment D, Captain Peg, Baby Wave, COVID-19, Bluebird, Mama, Papa, Baby Thunderbird, Baintown Woman, Hard Heel Gal, Wasp Nest, So Fine, Lady Zari, Two Brothers, Lucayan Lady, and Bird Rock.
And you're familiar with these junior skippers. Who can we watch out for? Who have some little bit of an experience at this level?
Well, definitely the sailors that are out of the Exoma Sailing Club. Josh Knowles, who is Dallas Knowles' son, he would have won the junior division at the best of the best just in 2023. And that team tends to be out on the waters quite often. In fact, from what I'm seeing right now, I'm looking at One Bahamas. She looks like she's kind of taking the lead up there. Also, you have Lady Kayla and Mako, who seem to be up. Those are the top three boats from what I can see.
Pretty good sailing at this point, smooth sailing on the water. We're going to see something when it's time to get around that buoy.
Oh, yes, yes.
But the advantage is, like Mr. Higgins stated, those guys from Exuma are familiar with the E-class, and they sail just about every week. Every day, just about.
Week. Yes.
And so they have the edge, and they have proven it in the last set of races already. It will be good if someone can upset them, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's difficult to upset persons who are always on the waters, who are always training. They know they have the experience of different weather conditions, and these boats are the boats that they're sailing all the time. So that's a whole different type of competition.
One great advantage for those Exuma boys, like you see, they work together.
Yeah.
Now you're going in a boat for the first time with someone. You got to know how to bring down the sail, how to make this move and make that move here and there.
Yes.
And that takes experience. And one of the good things about it, Higgins, is that we must now begin to share this experience
with
on other
others.
family islands.
Oh, yes, definitely.
That's a lot of work, it's a lot of time, it's a lot of commitment. And very few other islands got the kind of leadership in sailing.
Yeah.
And commitment to the young people and to their boats. We are destined in Andres, Higgins, to let you know we're trying to get Andres on.
Well, it's going to be a lot of ground that has to be covered because the Exoma Sailing Club has been active for the last longer than 5 years. So you have that level of experience. So a young sailor who would have started at 8, they're now, 13? So they have 5 years of sailing experience, wherein we are now just trying to get started. So we have a lot of ground to cover, and I believe we're gonna be able to do it. But we got to get started first.
What we've seen with most of these youngsters, I should say some of them, when the big regattas, Long Island, Exuma, and those come up, they want to jump on the boats with the big boys. So some of them have some experience of being on that boat, but not being able in control of that boat.
Right.
Yeah.
And with the E-class, the advantage that the young skipper has is that he is really skippering the boat as well as crewing the boat. So they get an experience that I didn't get. And just so you're watching, I'm looking at Mako. She's reaching past the Lady Kayla, and they're heading to the first, the windward mark. So that's Mako, followed very closely by Lady Kayla.
Well, that's the Exuma connection again.
That's the Exuma Sailing Club, yet again.
And you're talking about sailing, but most considered Exuma sailing, but Long Island is the sailing capital of the Bahamas. But you're not mentioning none of the boats from Long Island.
Yeah, well, there aren't any of the boats from Long Island out here, but there are some of the crews that are sailing out of the Long Island Mark Knowles Junior Sailing Club. So we have representing that club would be the persons aboard Hard Heel Gal and Wasp Nest.
We see two boats there getting around the marker quite easy.
Oh yeah, that's Mako and Lady Kayla. Exoma Sailing Club, and right behind is Oh, sorry. I think I have them mixed up. That seems to be. Is that number 10 on the sale there, Dr. McPhee?
10, yeah.
10,
Oh,
yeah.
sorry. So I have the wrong boat. So aboard the Captain Peg, which would be the Lyford Key Sailing Club, would be MJ Nash. So that's the person who's actually leading. I got a little mixed up with the blue boats. So we have Lyford Key, Exoma Sailing Club, and then Exoma Sailing Club. So Mako is actually third.
Yeah. Well, it's certainly a lot of boats out there.
Oh, yes.
Female aboard that one right there, making a move.
Right,
Yes,
exactly.
two females.
Yeah. But you remember that a female won the championship from Lyford Key.
Yeah,
It's the same lady?
The same young lady would be sailing aboard the Captain Peg as sailed during the Best of the Best regatta.
Oh.
So they're sailing the same boat and they're doing a really good job. Really good job.
Well, that means now that she's really getting familiar in sailing. So we'll wait and see.
And we're going to wait until they get to the lower mark. There's a gate that is set up so the sailors are able to go either to port or to starboard, depending on where they feel the strong part of the course is. But the tide should be flowing now, which means that the tide would be heading east in the harbor. So we'll see exactly what happens in a few minutes.
So you guys get the excitement. I be on the sidelines at regatta, and I see you guys on the sideline watching the big boats. You get excitement watching these youngsters right now?
Yeah.
Oh,
I see a smile on your
definitely.
face.
Oh,
like
definitely.
And you're all surprised the two ladies on front.
Well, we did. With all sincerity, she proved herself that she is an outstanding skipper. I never knew that she was as talented as that. But
Right.
now it's obvious.
You can see it.
It ain't no mistake.
Right. And then familiarity is another advantage that you get. You're sailing aboard the same boat that you have sailed 2-3 times. So they know the nuances of the boat. They know how to manage it, handle it, and all of those. That's only a benefit to them.
Yeah.
So
Well,
there's
look,
Captain Peg, that's Lady Kayla, and Mako.
It might be a big upset now, then.
We will see. We will see.
Riptide coming around the marker
See,
now.
right. It would be Riptide. That's part of the Exoma Sailing Club. And it's really good weather conditions for sailing. It's not too windy. It's not too light. It's really comfortable. And you can see the sailors who are up in the top three. They are very comfortable up there. In fact, there are 4 of them. I think this is one Bahamas in 4th, but I could be wrong. I think that's one Bahamas.
22 boats competing here today in the E class of the Durward Knowles Junior Sailing Championships at Montague. It's the final race for the day, and then they'll go into the opening ceremony at 6 o'clock, and they back at it bright and early tomorrow morning at 9:30, and again on Saturday, the final day. So if you're planning on something to do tomorrow during your lunchtime, come on down to Montague. Good food is out here, good atmosphere. You can meet some cousins and friends you haven't seen in quite some time.
Yes.
Regatta always brings out the best in everybody. Don't mind, some people might be on the sideline just rowing. No, that is sailing talk. And I had to get used to that because I thought they were going to fight, they were going to row, but it's just nice sailing talk. So once you get used to that, you'll understand what it's all about. But some good sailing right now on the water. Hope you folks on the shore are enjoying it. I know those youngsters out there, speaking with most of them today, they say the sailing out there is like so relaxing.
Oh,
just
yes,
being out on the
yes,
water. Is
Yes. I want to really, since it's midterm,
Yes.
we really want to ask our parents to come on out and to give support to the youngsters. And schools, different schools could come and share in this. This is a very exciting thing. I had the privilege of talking to the Minister of Sport, and he has some ideas pertaining to trying to include it into our system, in our educational system, where we would be the same as track and field. A boat will represent St. Augustine's, Queens College, L.W. Young, and make it very exciting
Actually, we have already passed that stage because we have 11 schools in New Providence, 4 primary, 4 junior, and 3 senior schools that are actually, some of them were out here earlier today. We are hopeful that next year we will have each of them aboard a boat competing. So we have the leader, Captain Peg. Second would be Lady Kayla. Third, Mako. Fourth would be One Bahamas. And there's a bottleneck, another Lady Agnes, Mama, Judgment D. We have 2 brothers, Bluebird, Baintown Woman. So we have this would be the first, I guess, segment of the sailors, because the others are a little further behind. But really good sailing so far.
Well, to tell you the truth, we have 9 boats from Andros in this regatta. 9. So we are trying our best to be there. We must salute Andros because Andros just came back on board. And for them to bring 9 of their E-class boats, we must
that's remarkable. That's remarkable.
Remarkable.
That's almost half of your fleet.
Yes.
What I also like about this regatta, they are sailing close to shore, so you're able to see the boats. You're able to see the names. You're able to see what the youngsters are doing inside the boat. Not like when the big guys sail, you guys way
all
out
the
there,
way out.
and you never hear the cannon. You have to use your extra lens binoculars to see who is who. No logo on the sail.
Right.
Well, we're about to deal with that also. We have to, because we're national sports now. And I'm hoping that Higgins will join us when we suggest this, that these boats need logos, they need financial support from different companies, not to be overcrowdedly take away the beautiful white of our sails. But we just can't make it without this kind of
corporate Bahamas is essential to the development of the sport.
We see Captain Peg continues to be the leader.
Well, we have Lady Kayla going towards her on a starboard tack. I'm not sure if the south tack would have been advantageous for her, but we'll find out in a few seconds.
Look like Captain Peg is gonna Higgins is he?
I think Lady Kayla may have gotten the best of that. Yeah, I think she got the best.
She did.
Yeah, she got the best of that tack.
Yes, she did.
Yeah, with the wind coming a little bit east, it seems like the south tack was the more advantageous tack. So Joss Knowles would have taken the lead from Captain Peg. And we'll see how the other boats match up in a few moments.
How many laps they going?
I am not sure, but I'm thinking that at least 2 laps. I think the other classes would have had 2 laps earlier today.
But they're only sailing 1 race today.
I think the intent was to sail 2.
2.
From what I understand, it was intended for 2.
Okay.
But they got a late start.
Well,
most regattas, first day you normally have those little jitters, a little.
This race shouldn't take less than an hour. Eh?
Right, it definitely should take less than an hour. But really good sailing out there. We have Hardy Gal, one of the Andros boats that Dr. McPhee would have spoken to, and right behind her would be Baby Thunderbird. Another of the Andros boats.
Well, I don't know what happened, boy, but she way behind. You know, something must have happened. She's not supposed to be there.
Right, and there's Lucayan Lady, who has gone into stay, into irons, as some persons would know, but she's misstayed there. Let's hope that she can get going. But these are junior sailors, many of whom have never been on an E-class boat before, and they're just getting accustomed to them. They're a lot different from Sunfish Lace or even the Opti. So it's a different boat, although it's still sailing. Coming behind, coming to the mark now would be Bird Rock, and that would be the CV Bethel sailing team.
Oh, come on.
Well, let's hope that they can
There's this
come around the mark.
Someone stuck right there.
Yeah, that's baby Thunderbird.
And you call that a bad tack? Because there's no way you want to tack right there. Come on, Thunderbird. Flying the wind.
There's another one right there as well.
Yeah, that's Bird Rock. Unfortunately, that's inexperience kind of working there. They're young sailors just getting accustomed to sailing these E-class boats. So let's hope that they can get it together. I see a lot of promise in a lot of the young persons who are willing to take instruction and to learn. But they must know that you have to pull the main sheet in order to go upwind. And that's what's not happened yet.
I see, you feel like it's easy as driving a car.
Until you get there. then you realize that things are so much more difficult once you get behind the well, not the steering wheel, but once you get behind the tiller. It's a whole different experience. COVID-19 is coming around the mark.
Wow.
And of course, Bird Rock has not moved any further than the lower mark.
Some of these boats now seem to be at a standstill, not able to catch that breeze.
I used to think it was so easy to sail steer a boat and make it get from where it is to where you want it to go, until I started doing it myself. It's not as easy as people think it is. There's a coordination, the wind, the tiller, the angle that the boat is to the wind. All of this is what determines the boat speed. And of course, we have the leaders who are well up above the heading to the windward mark. We are paying so much attention to the boats that are down back here. We forgot about the leaders up top.
They're the ones that count.
They are the ones that count. Yes.
Oh, my. Oh, my.
I've never seen this much boats in the E-class, especially, besides Georgetown.
Well, the reason for that is the E-class is just increasing at a great rate. In fact, they build 12 E-class boats in Mangrove Key over 1 year.
Wow.
So it's growing at a great rate. And it's important for that because at least the enthusiasm, the love, the passion is there, and it transfers from the smaller boats into
we have a collision. We have Captain Peg, and I'm not sure which boat that is, but there's a collision right at near the windward mark. And unfortunately, Captain Peg is in the wrong there. She was on a port tack.
She didn't give way.
She did not give way. So she's going to be passed by a lot of boats, and she's going to lose quite a number of points.
It looks like
Okay. So Lady Peg didn't give way just now.
It looks like...
Yeah, Captain Peg did not.
I'm not sure, but it looks like a roll boat.
It wants to look like the So Fine.
Yeah.
But definitely Captain Peg would have lost a lot of ground in that same one maneuver. Lady Kayla is up front. Mako is second. It looks like Judgment D has come and taken over third. One Bahamas is fourth. It seems I'm not sure which boat that is. Oh, sorry, that's not One Bahamas. That's either Mama or Papa, one of those. That's actually in fourth. One Bahamas would be in fifth. Captain Peg seems to be in sixth, possibly seventh.
Plus penalty.
Yeah. So, but these are all unofficial in terms of how they're coming down to.
So how many?
Which should be the finish.
How much ground did Captain Peg lose just now?
Oh, a lot.
She was in third at best, and she's now down to sixth with penalties. Pardon? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
There's Mama, like, she is stalled. Mama right there. It's going to be tough for these young sailors as the race goes on and knowing what to do with two people being on the same accord.
Yes. And then once you understand or have an appreciation for the rules, you know what you can do and what you cannot do. And even with the older sailors, sometimes we push the envelope. So we try it. And then sometimes it works. Many times it doesn't. That's one of those times it didn't work.
So what do you think went wrong there with that caused that collision? Did each person just try to rush to the marker, or one didn't realize had to give away?
No, what happened was Captain Peg was heading to the marker on a port tack, which puts you at a disadvantage automatically. Lady Kayla and the other boats were coming on a starboard tack to the mark. She couldn't clear either of them, and she was trying to dip around them and ended up dipping into the other boat.
Okay.
So she lost all of her positioning there.
Well, these are, and some people are daring, you know, call you bluff.
Oh, yes, definitely.
And that might have been one of those incidents too. But, you know, these guys, they ain't going to give you no break.
No,
You know,
definitely
You're
not.
wrong, you're wrong. And that's it.
Yeah,
Well,
here comes
is it the finish?
Lady Kayla. I see hands up in the air, which almost gives the impression that it is.
Yes.
So that's
that's it.
So that's Lady Kayla first, Mako second, Judgment D would be third, Mama would be fourth. Based on what I'm saying, One Bahamas would be fifth.
That was a pretty quick race.
Oh yeah, definitely.
They probably might do another one. I'm not sure. But it was quick. It's not a long race. It was not a long race. That's why you can't make no mistake.
No, definitely no mistakes.
So now that they have this one under their belt, they go and they learn from that one and come back.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the good thing about it.
Most of them will sail much better in the second race because they'll have a better feel for the boat and all of that. So they'll do a little better.
Yeah. And coming in third would be a team from Lightfoot Key Sailing Club, another young lady, a young female skipper who was teaching the rest of the boys she's showing them the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Judgment D.
Yes, on Judgment D. So Papa is finished, One Bahamas is finished, and of course Captain Peg is coming through the line, followed by two brothers.
They look like Higgins. They look like they're gonna do another one or what?
It seems as if they
look so, eh?
Right, because they don't seem as if they're
heading
down to the anchorage. So let's hope that they're able to get another race in.
Yeah, it's only 4 o'clock, 10 past 4.
Quarter past, yes.
And we're on Bahamas time. No thought that opening is going to start at exactly.
No, it
6
ain't.
o'clock.
Right.
It ain't gonna start no 6.
We're on Bahamas time. Wherever.
Right. And coming, also finishing would be near the finish line would be
For most races, you can
Bluebird.
get in a particular day. You try and get them in because you don't know
What's
what
gonna
the
happen
weather
the other
happens. We've
days.
been having some freaky
Yeah.
weather. 1 minute it's sunny, and then the next minute you see the rain coming
Yes.
down and this and that. So if you can get in that race right now, and the kids want to go back over there and they're still out there, let them go.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We see kids play 3 and 4 basketball games a day. Why you can't sail 2 and 3 races?
Exactly.
It's not a matter of not able to sail. It's just a matter of the committee making that decision. And you never know what tomorrow could bring.
Yes.
Yes.
So what you could do today, do today.
We have a very close finish between Baintown Woman and Miss Agnes. I've lost my position in terms of what place they are, but they're coming very close. It seems like Baintown Woman has the advantage. She's on the weather. She seems to have a very slight lead coming to the finish.
And the boats are definitely heading back out to the starting line. So.
Yes.
And the more the boats sail, the more people will stay.
Yeah. Oh, yes, definitely.
Once you hear that it's over, people are going to start moving themselves and going home.
Right.
And it's getting to knock off time for some persons.
Yeah, some people that are getting off will come and stop right by Montague.
Get yourself, some gas.
You need to emphasize that. Tell them, come on.
Save some gas and come on
come on, watch these
the kids.
The future in sailing.
Yeah. What did you guys think about the young sailors this morning in the Optimist division?
Very, very talented.
Very, very good.
And it shows that they have good teachers, good instructors. And, that's a major plus. It's just like teaching English and maths and all of that. When you have a good teacher, you go past BJC.
The sky is the limit. The sky becomes the limit.
So it's important to have good instructors in everything that we do.
Yes.
That's the point with most of Laurie Lowe and Dunkley saying. They do not have enough instructors. They have the boats, but they do not have enough instructors. 2 big veteran sailors.
No, not me. I'm finished with that. My thing is, I just here to give support. Higgins probably have some time on his hand to do that, but I'm in major.
It is the national sport now. So
I have done my part. I have done my part.
Come on board and help the sport to continue to grow.
Yeah,
if you don't teach these youngsters,
that's definitely what's needed. We need a system not only to build or grow sailors, but we also need to train more facilitators, more coaches.
Yes.
Because our aim is to get to the Olympics and beyond.
Yes, I totally agree, Brother Higgins. But I give that to you. I will be here to give as much support as I can in terms of helping and showing them. I could talk a little bit, you know.
So we're getting in for now that we're going to wrap things up here from the regatta. The second race is going to go. So if you want to watch that race, you're going to have to come out here or listen to the results first thing tomorrow morning on this EdNest Radio Network. But it's been a pleasure having, like they say, Barkley, James, and Jordan, Markby, and Higgins in my company today to wrap things up in Class D. The regatta continues tomorrow morning at 9:30, but coming up this evening is the official opening ceremony. 2 more days of sailing to go, and you're right here with the best in coverage. Thanks for watching, everybody.
Thank you.
Tell you what, nothing gonna wait. She put that cuckoo soup on me now, she got me hooked. Let me tell you what I'm going after that. Guess where I'm going? Hey! So Andres, vibes!
There was this man, they heard him man named wife. Oh, let me tell you about his miserable life.
Why she get that cuckoo soup on me?
Mr. Gopher,
how she controlling my life?
trying to please his wife. On no
Why that cuckoo soup right there, so she got me doing?
Every morning she wake up